Hello. Welcome, everybody. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. I was originally going to do a full-blown... Hey, Velocity. I was originally going to do a full-blown sit-down video on the CIG situation, but with the blades and stuff like that. But I've decided that it's better probably just to do a capsule and move on. It's definitely changed my opinion on CIG. Not in like a oh, CIG is now evil kind of thing. It's more of a confirmed my suspicions. And as a result, it's more of a I'm disappointed, and I'm definitely going to be a lot more skeptical of CIG moving forward. But it's more to do. Funny enough, I think everyone has the wrong idea of what's going on at CIG, but it's actually worse in some ways. I'm breaking up on YouTube a bit. Let me double check. Looks like I'm live. YouTube, please let me know what's going on, because I'm not seeing anything on my end. Yeah, everything sounds good.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship!
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
It's just breaking up a bit here and there. Like audio breakup. I can just start off stuff.
Rameem_noodle just resubscribed for 14 months.
Thank you so much for that 14 months of support there, Rameem. You're very important, power, very impressive, Mr. Brainy Pedestrian. This is your fault. There's one again. Shots and cheers. Y'all, shots and cheers. Buffering skipping right when you popped in. Okay, so just at the very beginning it was buffering a little bit. I'm not seeing anything on my end now, so just keep an eye at it. Let me know if that's happening. I think it might have been because I tried to I did stupid in the software I used to multiple stream. I hit the wrong button, and it was like, what are you doing? You can't stream to YouTube first. So I was like, oh right. So I just hit something else, then I hit it again. So. It's a shit. Yeah, CIG is secretly trying to shut me up. Yeah. I'm not going to go through the entirety of it right now because I do want to save it for the capsule. But the basic gist is CIG is making moves based off of comfort and bad business practice rather than desperation. And honestly, CIG deserves being called out for it, because it doesn't matter if it's true or not, if CIG is running out of money or not. What matters is that what people think it is, and so it's going to impact their new sales, like almost certainly. We'll have to see. Because that's the thing, and that's been my point for this whole situation. Is some people are like, oh, it's all about sales, it's all about money. It's like, it is, but there's a fundamental difference, and this is a problem with modern business sense. Modern business sense is make as much money right now, because you'll never know if you can make money in the future, but you know you can make money right away. Even the best of intentioned businesses operate like that these days. It's like, strike while the iron is hot, get in there, do what you can. You've got an opportunity, make it. Sell. When there's an opportunity to sell for it. Which is more around the idea of, hey, we have to monetize all our possibilities. So that way to mitigate any losses we have or other issues we have. this is not something that's just done by one or two companies. It's done by a lot of companies. I just hold CIG to a better standard than that, especially since I also know the same business practice. It's an older business practice, but it still checks out, of building a good foundation for a company going forward and then exploiting that foundation and the trust you use to continue to make modest sums of money, but not insane amounts of money. Helps you succeed longer term rather than in the short term.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Yeah.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space.
Yeah, no, that's my point with Lucian. So I'm gonna go over. Yeah, Larry. CD Projekt Red. They also do that now. Or they have been doing it in the past. Hello Games.
Forged Horizons just resubscribed for 15 months. Hello TheAstroPub. I heard that Robertson Christopher from Cigarettes Industries went out to the corner to get more money for his idea. Hope he succeeds in his endeavors because I'm in too deep.
Hey Forged. Thank you for that 15 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. This is drinking. I shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Arrowhead Studios, I think, is another kind of example of that. There's a lot of studios out there which are in it for the love of the art, and they lucked out and created really good art that people were like searching for.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dry Khan just resubscribed for 43 months.
Thanks for that 43 months of support there, Drycon. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. The return for good night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I'm not going to wade into that whole thing because what's going on with CIG is a symptom of a larger issue that affects all corporations at their fundamental truth. Hold on. I got more.
You can take away my spaceship.
And it's not,
you can take away my
we're going out of
suit.
business.
You can
Just
even
look
take
at the
away
funding
my space
tracker. You'll see what I
lasers.
mean.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Oh, God. Somebody used the word externalities. My subbers are subbing. Let me dance. I cannot talk about business and economics when I
Karan
dance.
just resubscribed for 55 months. Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations to the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking views, incredible dining, Crusader is calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable. With shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
Thank you so much for that 7 months of an entire year's worth of subs that someone gave Q-Pan, so he couldn't be lazy and do that anymore. Fucking asshole. Oh, thank you, Q-Pan. What happens if they don't have enough money to pay for servers? They either take a loan out or they shut down the servers. But CIG is in no danger of running out of money. That's the fucked up part. It's like CIG deserves this heat, 100%. They deserve this heat and they deserve this reputation currently because they earned it. They decided to put on their fucking dancing shoes and go waltz to the wrong beat. And now everyone's looking at them and being like, this person must be insane because they're dancing to the wrong beat, rather than this person is lazy and only knows one dance. Yeah, my funding model's out of control. So here's the thing. It's not helping their situation that they're selling extra addresses, but there's a reason why they're selling extra addresses, and I've noticed it in my own chat and in comment sections, because CIG glitched out so hard from people trying to purchase it. They realized there's enough demand for it, and they were like, let's be fair to the people who literally have been trying to get this for the entirety of the sale and have been unable to do so because of scalpers, glitches in the purchasing system, our back end being overloaded. So let's do that. Like, I couldn't get away from that comment. It happened all the time. It wasn't so frequent that it was everywhere, like you could easily see it, but like it was persistent enough that I noticed that there were some significant problems. They were even posting it on Spectrum, which got CIG responses to them. So even CIG knew that was an issue. But again, it doesn't help because CIG doesn't understand the fundamentals of public relations. Whoever their PR person is, y'all got to get better at this. Like, either that or like you need to like sit down and force Chris like into a lecture of some kind. Use World War II as an example, or I don't know, something that he likes. Rome. Did he do something new and stupid? Nah, same old and stupid. But it's sort of like, all right, let me explain something about how about how communication works, especially in the modern era. Because I know a lot of you are older than me or my age, so you may not fully be completely fucked by social media like I have, because I've chosen to do this job as a hobby. And it's driven me into madness fits, which you don't understand, you don't want. But how communication works is there's an old saying that there's always a main character on the internet. Every day, someone becomes the main character on the internet. And you wake up every day, hope it's not you. CIG decided to become the main character accidentally, and they didn't know how. They don't know why. Wait, that's an old saying? Yes, it is very old. Yeah, it comes from Twitter, but it was, I believe it actually doesn't originate from Twitter. I think it originates from Tumblr. You back Star Citizen, you're old. Everyone's old. Though my demographic is shifting, which is the strangest thing. My demographic used to be like 35 to 45 was my highest demographic. Now my highest demographic is 25 to 35, which is also incredibly concerning, because if you were 25, I could have taught you. I could have been your teacher, because I've been teaching for like 14 years now. So the students I taught who were just say 18 in, what was it, 2013, 2014? I think it was 2014. That would have been 10 years. No, it's like 12 years. It must have been 2012 when I started. I know it's about 14 years. So if you were 18 in 2012, when I first started teaching, my brain with these dates just, I fucked up my own, I fucked up the like CIG like pay-per-view controversy. It was 2018, not 2016. I kept saying it was 2016. If you're 18, history class or Star Citizen Recruiting Center? What? I've only been doing content creation in Star Citizen for at most a decade, but probably more like not full time, but like putting serious effort to it in like the last 8 years. No, I don't teach math, thank God. The only math I have to do is economic math, and that's simple. I'm trying to do the math in my head. You're 18, in 2012, then 2002, you were 28 in 2022. Yeah, that's 10 years later. That's scary as shit. They became the main character for half a day, and then Bungie decided to get themselves a possible multi-million-dollar lawsuit. That is one thing that CIG actually lucked the fuck out on. They absolutely, like, CIG, 40K fans, CIG is Caiaphas Cain. I swear to God, they are the manifestation of Caiaphas Cain. They are so lucky that combined with a little bit of talent, they've managed to get out of absolutely everything scot-free, if not entirely beneficial. Julio Reyes, this is probably another reference you probably won't understand. Do you know Black Adder? CIG is Black Adder. Sir Ron Atkinson. Because Caiaphas Cain is literally just Black Adder in the 40K universe. Because every single time something happens to CIG, it either turns into a positive for CIG, or CIG manages to take other people's negativity and use it to their own advantage. I swear to Christ, they're the luckiest company in the history of gaming. Well, each of the Blackadder family had his luck run out eventually. Yeah. Again, I haven't seen a lot of the show. I've only seen like little bits of it here and there. Like an episode here or two. I always mean to go back and watch the whole thing, but yeah. They are close to their luck running out. But every time I think that they're hitting that wall, they manage to bounce back. Because, like, let's look at their freaking funding. So as of today, they have made $16 million. I want y'all to like, I want you to like pay attention to this. CIG is ahead of their best year. By around a couple million, and they haven't finished the sale yet. Like the Asgard hasn't been sold yet. Yeah, they do them in waves, so they're gonna have more waves coming up here for the Idris. So yeah, it's 16 million for this month. They only made 19 million in their best year ever, 2023, and they made 25 million last year. I don't know if they make 25 million, but they're going to get damn close. So I show this off to point out that CIG is not hemorrhaging money. If they are, they're not losing shit tons of money right now. They're making plenty of money. Yeah, Jin's got a point. There's a famous quote from early in the back in this time, which was CIG has 90 days tops. If you hear people reference 90 days tops, what they're referencing is a fake rumor that CIG only had 90 days of funding tops. $20 million. Matt Pair. Yeah, Charlie's right. The interest is minor in sales. The big sales come from small purchases like the upgrades and CCU tokens. The box moving bot was a great seller.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Senor Smart, who's now making a crypto AI game. Oh, the burner is fucking hot.
CMDR_Shadow just resubscribed for 17 months. 17 months. Lol, why hurt?
Yeah. 17 months, Shadowstalker. Almost 2 years. Thank you for that support. You're very important, public, very impressive, Mr. Fanny Pedestrian. This is your fault. Drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I think Biscuit would have probably, because he did enjoy Star Citizen. He was a backer for Star Citizen. I think if Biscuit was still around, he'd probably have a lot more say in CIG's funding model and would probably be able to talk some sense into them. There's no big figure like that, which is close enough to CIG to really make them change. The only thing we have is like the collective. I want to get into 4.2 because that's more exciting, but it's also frustrating that 4.2 is so good and only Star Citizen fans know or will know that 4.2 is so good. I think how much more money they would have made if Invictus if no Blaze drama. They would have been swimming in cash. They would have probably beaten this record handily by now. But like total citizens, and I'll go over this real quick. This month they've had 50,000 people sign up, which is 50% less than last year. However, the year before that, it was a significant upgrade. As of April, they had a ton more people sign up, 55,000, whereas in April of 2024, they only had 25,000. They had 94,000 in Invictus. Now, this was the time when that big streamer, I think it was Shroud, who started streaming Star Citizen. This was the month that they started streaming it, which just means it had a huge impact on the visibility of it. And they stopped streaming it in June. So you can see like 94, 22. Those creators are important to Star Citizen's life cycle as much as people like myself are. For different reasons. Hi, Paul. Thank you for the great content and supporting the project. Do you have any gameplay features, new and unexcited ships you're excited for? I am so torn. I am absolutely torn because, for those of you who know me, I'm a fucking mech fan. Like, I have never seen people go on social media or any of the places that I usually go to when I like look at, say, like Helldivers 2 stuff. Almost nobody uses the exosuits. I am so good at them. I have become dangerous as fuck with them. I am so good at knowing the limitations and how to fight in those suits that I wish that Arrowhead had created some way to resupply them, because I am dominant in those. Even at the highest levels, I am absolutely fucking dominant as shit. I am absolutely, I mean, couldn't do it without like support from the other squad members acting as infantry support. But it is like I am like a one-man infantry fighting vehicle or tank. Just being able to just destroy anything that gets near. I love, and that's how my dedication to it. A thing that most people hate or don't even bother using. It is requirement for me if I'm playing Helldivers 2 to get in one of those things. Any game that has a mech, I will fucking pilot it if I can. So I am torn about the Ikiti. The Ikiti, I am definitely interested in. I don't like the fact that it's probably going to be sold, which is another issue. But I'm definitely looking forward to it because it means that CIG is in the process of getting the Virgil suit in, which is called the Zeus system. I really hope it's called something different. I personally hope that they go with the naming convention of Virgil and they call the suit the Aeneid suit or the Aeneas suit because it makes sense. Or the Dante suit, because then you get Devil May Cry fans who will say it's funny. Ooh. The Virgil Dante. Or the Alucard suit. Well, calling it the Aeneid suit or the Aeneas suit would make sense in my mind, because if you read the beginning of the Aeneid, I've done it in both English and the original Latin, because I used to read Latin. I'm not good at it, but I could read it. It basically starts with, I sing of arms and a man. Basically, I sing of weapons and a man. And it's all about the tragedy of losing his homeland, of Aeneas losing his homeland, and going out to a new world and founding a new city through violence and grit. And it's like the story of the Virgil, of the Cyrene, the people of Cyrene, the people from Virgil, is basically that story. It is the story of the Aeneid, which is why CIG named it, or the reason why CIG made that lore is because they like to steal references, which is an easy reference. They are the Trojans leaving Troy and founding a new capital in Vega. Thank you, Matt. And yeah, I would. That it makes a lot of sense. I get that it's basically a helix, and I know, and a lot of people are like, "Well, does it make any sense that Argo would get into the military market?" And it's not. I don't think that Argo is getting into the military market. I think this is a partnership with the Banu Suli, because it's literally named after Banu for weapon or advanced weapon. So I'm guessing what it is the Banu saw the Virgil suit and said, "We can do that. We're going to make a knockoff version of that and produce the Ikiti."
Hey, a tip.
Tuck, super chatted $10. I hope they get the Virgil suit and sell that, leave the Ikiti as earn in game, and maybe we get a new suit from either Kustuk or Apocalypse Arms. That's just me though.
I'm with you, Tucker. That's not going to be the case. They're going to sell it. Like, I'm hoping that maybe if the community puts enough pressure on them, they don't, but they're going to sell it. You do think the armor on it looks inefficient? Of course it is, because it's basically welded on armor. It is a Wicklow Road. Almost certainly it is, because we've seen it in the ISC where it was one of those reward things you could get, and CIG did that intentionally. They intentionally left that in as a tease. So it's definitely going to be a Wicklow award, and I guarantee you it's going to be a Wicklow award day one. But they're also going to sell it, because CIG's fundamental philosophy, I put this in the video, or in the script that I'm never going to use, that CIG has a problem. You've heard the old saying, if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem you see looks like a nail. Well, CIG's problem is their best funding model is selling digital spaceships. So any solution to funding is going to look like them selling digital spaceships. That is their solution because they know it works and they won't adjust from it. So even though they probably have to soon. Are you calling it a kitty? I mean, it's basically kitty, but yeah. Is this real? Yes, EIKTI. Is it a Killdozer in Star Citizen? All right, so do y'all remember, if you're old enough, do y'all remember the RS-1 spacesuits or human food bars? Do you remember those? Everyone remembers the Banu human food bars. ICT. Okay, well, there's the official pronunciation from CIG themselves. Y'all remember the Banu human food bars? And because the joke was, is this made for humans or of humans? And of course the joke answer is yes. The contraband bars, yes. Those are made by the Banu because they have Banu lettering all over them. So were the RS-1 spacesuits. The Banu make knockoff human shit all the fucking time. Because it's a market. And they don't believe in market barriers. They are free trade absolutists, sir, ma'am, and or thing. They keep human slaves too. That's a complicated answer. They don't really, they do, but they don't. They just kind of apply the same rules that they have with Banu to humans, even though humans don't like that. The Banu don't give a fuck. Like I said in my video on the Banu, they're like the most golden retriever species we have in the Star Citizen universe. And like a golden retriever, sometimes you can't tell if it's just gonna rip your throat out. You know, you introduce a cute fuzzy animal that's a friend, and if you didn't train it right, it'll just fucking snap its neck. It like they just don't care. Thank you, Ben. Yeah. If not friend shape. So they saw a Titan suit and said, we can do better, and came up with this pile of crap? Exactly. They said they could do better, but cheaper. Almost certainly what I think happened is, because it's a Banu product, is they bought a fuck ton of atlases and said, human use these, and this suit, the other suit is based off this suit. Why don't we make suit, but with guns? Humans like guns. So they made the weapon, the advanced weapon. Buy Banu advanced weapon for your home defense needs. Want to kill Vandul? Why not weapon? Pirates got you down? Why not weapon? Giant worm wants to eat your family? Weapon! Because that's completely in their fucking mindset. That is like Banu logic to a T. We don't know if it comes with jetpacks. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just a modified version of the base Atlas. Yeah, absolutely positively need to kill every motherfucker in the room? Why not weapon? I still see Fallout 4 Scav Arm power on one of these. Exactly. Like, knowing CIG's design logic, the ICT, I guess is how you pronounce it, the ICT is going to end up being CIG's go-to as like mini boss or called mobs for a mini bob for a major boss. I hope CIGs are going to have around missionaries. I hope they fucking use them around missionaries. They've been working on AI using ground vehicles forever. The Atlas ICT's front chest looks understyled, needs more detail in the panel lines to make it look like it has layers of armor instead of looking like it only has one layer of armor. It may only have one layer of armor. This thing is probably like bare minimum, bare bones. What looks cool, but it's not actually defensible. It's not a like mobile tank. It's a gun platform. Yeah, it's supposed to look cheap. Yeah, and the fact that you can walk around in it. Not that you can move fast. I don't think it's going to have visible welds. I think it's still going to look decent. It's just going to look flimsy. I'm really curious about durability is, not user safety. How many pilots does this chassis support? Just one. It reminds me of PlanetSide 2. Well, that was the actual inspiration behind the Titan suits. When CIG talked about Titan suits originally, their idea was the Max suits from PlanetSide 2. So if they look like Max suits, then CIG fucking nailed the point. Yeah, it was literally their reference for the original when they were talking about the suits they were going to make. I don't think it's going to have a jetpack. I don't think it's going to have a jetpack. I do think that there will be versions with jetpacks, but they're not going to be the Atlas. Affordable, economic, within budget, all things you want in weapon. No, not in a weapon, in weapon. It's called advanced weapon. So the Banu are just going to call it weapon. Because that probably, they think that probably sells better. You know? Come buy Banu weapon. Banu weapon gets you out of sticky situations. With gun. More gun. Look at this gun. Wow. Much gun. Come, enjoy weapon. And Fallout 4 parlance is radar armor, basically. Double gun.
Hey, a tip.
Duck, super chat at $5. It just occurred to me the IKTI can use scatter guns and that would make elite troops for 9 tails, unknowing if you're on foot.
Yeah. Yeah, double the gun. In 4.2, we're not having to do, call me CIG, I'll do the voice work. I gotta do the voice, the right. Welcome, human. Would you like gun? How about double gun? Don't worry, Banu has you covered with weapon. Come, human, enjoy the weapon. Banu Suli, exclusive for you. Weapon. Have problem with Vandal? Weapon. Have problem with pirate? Weapon. Have problem with mother? Human know what I mean. Weapon. Come in many color. Very shiny and very attractive to human. You like walk? Human like walk, but wait, walk better with weapon. Now with 2 gun. Why not have weapon for whole family? Protect your family with weapon. It's human right. See, Daddy, I will get an artist to do a Banu selling a IKTI or what was it? IKT that says, why not weapon? I need to find an artist to do that for me. Oh, there's a couple of artists I know on, well, that I follow that I'll see if that make mech stuff that might be okay with that. I have an F-17M Mark II. I'm kind of digging the Guardian MX, considering CCU. The Guardian is a better choice for long range support. Atlas needs a storage mode, either converts itself into a SB griddable box. There is sort of one for the Geo, where there's one you can pop in there, but yeah. Available in many colors and calibers. Yeah. Please don't give them ideas for Mech Cash Cow. They already have. They're already going to sell it, Boozy. Love flying the Guardian. I'm not a great dogfighter, so it was nice to have a ship that could brawl and get left behind. Yeah. My hope is that CIG sells skins for it. That's fine in my opinion, but doesn't sell the IKT. Just lets you basically you can earn it in game through Wick, and then in patch, next patch like 4.2.1 or 4.2.2, you can buy it in game. So you can buy the cosmetics for it. So if you unlock it, you can have more options. $800 million is a bit past cash cow. As I always want to make sure people understand, you got to put it in context. They didn't start off with 800 million. That is the total they've earned over the course of 12 years, which is pretty impressive for a company that hasn't released a full game yet, but is kind of pathetic in terms of any other games company. I am smoking crack. That is definitely a hopium pipe. I know they're going to sell it. I hope they don't. I'm just giving them an alternative, because there's no point in just like dooming about CIG selling everything and like, oh, they'll always do it, without like giving them an option to do something else. Because eventually CIG is going to have to change their funding model. They cannot do this funding model forever. It is not a sustainable model, because CIG wants this to release with a 1.0 release to a wider audience. And it's clear the wider audience doesn't understand the sale of digital spaceships, and they kind of get icked out about it. Most people, I'm sure a lot of you here in chat who follow Star Citizen, started following Star Citizen and had said, what the fuck are they doing? And then it took you at least a couple of weeks, if not a month or so, hope maybe only a couple days, to really understand why they sell ships. It's because it's their only funding model. And that's how they get around publishers with the huge ambitions they want to have. Luke Stevens had a perfect comment on what the wider audience would accept from Star Citizen. I'd have to watch that, and I don't want to like cut it on Luke, For those of you who don't know, and anyone who wants to shit on Luke Stevens has been positive on Star Citizen and the CIG in general, but like specifically Star Citizen Squadron 42, like for a long time, for years. He doesn't bring it up a lot. He doesn't talk about it a lot because he understands the same fundamental reality that most people do who follow the game for long enough, which is the game has to speak for itself. There's a lot of potential, but there's no reason to start promoting the game to people before the game is ready to be promoted. And when he started talking about it more, he actually got invited onto Space Tomatoes podcast to talk a little bit about it himself, and that was an interesting watch as well. Because he also comes from a different background, the more wider scope. But he also is a Bethesda fan as well. Like me and Luke have a lot of similar tastes in stuff, so that's why I've watched him in the past. Yeah, I do want to watch him. I don't want to watch him live though. I believe that once. I don't believe a thing CIG says anymore. That's fine, Dead Tired. 100%. And as I said that before, for those of you who are just coming in now, completely missed what I was saying earlier. I don't want CIG to do what they're doing. I want them to reverse course. And I'm going to do what I call a capsule. So those of you who are new, capsule is sort of a segment that I do, which I just sort of a rant, but it's more of a pre-planned rant. If you see like clips of various YouTubers and Twitch streamers, they'll like publish it on YouTube. It's like that, but it's planned out ahead of time so that I can sort of make it a video so it's easier to the YouTube algorithm to pick it up and stuff like that. That's fine, Cody. I respect Luke too much to do React content to him. Go watch Luke. Go watch him. Don't watch me watch him. Watch him yourself. That is true. I think that is one of the major problems that CIG has had, is that it's hugely bloated. There's a ton of people who work at CIG. And for the last couple of years, I've been like, there's a lot of people working. What's going on? Because there's a couple of things. One, it takes time for you to train up anybody to work in a position. Last I checked, usually for CIG, it's 6 to 9 months. And then you have to gamble on the idea that that person's going to stay in that position long term. And this is the gaming industry. People don't work long term in the gaming industry. Generally speaking, if they can find a better job, they'll take it, especially if it's in a field that they want to take. Most people in gaming industry, like my experience is a lot of people who work in positions like QA aren't actually QA testers. They're designers and programmers and animators and any other number of professions in the gaming industry who just are out of work. Like they didn't get a new position right after their last contract, so they're looking for a thing that pays the bills while they look for a new job. And so they get a QA contract because QAs are usually pretty short-lived because most companies don't hire QAs long-term because they don't want to have to pay them the benefits. So they usually hire them for like 6 to 8 months and then rotate them out. And so yeah. This game does not have the average number of employees for a large game. 1,000 people? The average number of employees for a large game is like in the hundreds. Like 100 to 200 people. And even that's pretty big. 3D artists here working in QA at the moment. You know what I'm talking about, Teague. And if you had a job working in the 3D art field right now, would you still be working in QA? And so they have this problem where any position they hire for, people could leave instantly. But they require 9 months to train. So they're in this sort of like, we need to hire more people because like with QA, they need more QA members. A couple of years ago, it was clear that they were having a problem with having access to QA to be able to test stuff at a regular pace. And so they went on a hiring blitz 2 years ago and hired a fuck ton of QA. They let a lot of them go over the last year or so. No large games. GTA 6 is 4,000. GTA 6 is not 4,000 for one game. It's 4,000 for 4 games. Ubisoft typically is around 2,000 for Assassin's Creed. I need a reference for that, because most of the studios that make some of those games, like the development studios, are in the hundreds. But their engine as well, yeah. And the thing is, QA, here's the thing. You are not a tester for the engineering system. They need somebody who is going to test their engineering system in-house before you even see it, because they need to make sure things work, don't work, that kind of thing. So every team needs its own dedicated QA member. "20-year QA person here. Everyone uses it as a recruiting tool platform to elsewhere that they should go for their own career track." Yeah, that's been my experience. I live in Austin, and since I've lived here, I've met a lot of people who worked in the gaming industry, and I've learned a lot about the culture of the gaming industry. And the fact is that Alton, if you've been doing this for 20 years, how many different companies have you worked for? I'm going to venture a guess it's at least 3, possibly more. Oh yeah, and there are people who are good QA. Good QA are hard to find. Like, legitimate people who like doing QA are like a fucking gold mine. You will never find those people. Because, like, probably more, yeah. And the problem is that the gaming industry already pays like shit, and they pay QA worse. Weren't you able to buy ship weapons and mounts like back 10 years ago in the pledge store for UEC, which you had to pay real money for? It was removed and now it's back. Yeah, everyone's joking that fucking Voyager, everyone thought that Voyager Direct was bad, and then they brought back Voyager Direct for some reason. The thing is, Gravedigger, is they probably have good QA. The people who I have met who worked in Star Citizen's QA are good at their job. And this is one of those just general rule of thumb. If you're a gamer who hasn't really experienced a lot of Star Citizen, or not just Star Citizen, gaming in general, if you find something and say, why didn't they fix this bug or this issue? They should fire their QA. Their QA found it. Guarantee you they found it, recorded it, and reported it. And management said, we don't got fucking resources or time. Does it destroy the game experience entirely? No. Move the fuck on. I've been 5 companies, and the McDonald's down the street paid more than Turbine when I first started. So yeah, it makes sense. As I say, 5 companies, 20 years. Yeah, about a company every 4 to 5 years. It's pretty typical turnover for the last 20 years. How is that an answer? You've had unlimited resources and time at CIG. What are you talking about? Well, doesn't help that all studio executives do QA is a waste of time for job anyone can do. Yeah, we're kind of getting sidetracked with that. But my point being, is that CIG has seen a problem and their solution has been to hire through it, which I don't think is the right answer. But CIG also is a bunch of people who've never run a company this size before over the course. It's not just one company either. It's a company with 1,000 people stretched over 4 different countries, 2 different continents. Because they've got Frankfurt, Manchester, Montreal, and Austin. Now, they did close LA, so it's no longer 5, but it's 4 different studios. And the smallest of those studios is probably Austin, and Austin is still, I don't know, close to 100 people? Hey, Paul, despite the Silencer attack being one of the newest ships, do you know why the MZG? I don't know what the MZG is, Subcan. Oh, no, you're talking about that. I'm talking about regular games. That Gravedigger, I'm talking about more. I was talking generally games in general. I'm not talking about Star Citizen when I was talking about that. Why the MFD is so badly placed. For what? For the pilot? Because it was just designed that way? Because it's using the Starlancer Max MFDs. I think it's probably one of their problems is they tried to hire their way through the problem. They tried to mythical man month their way out of problems. Not Godwin's Law. I keep forgetting the name of that. I always call it the Mythical Man Month because that's what the book he wrote. But good book. It's very short. You should read it, especially if you're interested in product management or project management. For those of you who don't know what the Mythical Man Month is, it's that one woman can make a baby in 9 months. The belief that the Mythical Man Month is the belief that, well, if one woman can make a baby in 9 months, then 9 women can make one baby in 1 month. That's not how reality works. Too many cooks kind of thing as well. There's a lot of other factors in there. You can't hire your way to faster results. That's not how biology works. Yes. It's also not how reality works. But that's the belief, is that it's a false dichotomy where if you increase the number of laborers to a project, especially in production, that it will speed up the production. It doesn't actually do that. In fact, in some cases, it slows it down. You cannot hire efficiency. There's no one by that name here. Should they remove the Redeemer and just swap out the pledges for the Paladins? No, they should fix the Redeemer. People sold it for a reason, or people bought it for a reason. CIG has to make it work. They made that decision. They made their bed. Now they have to sleep in it. You can up to a point, and then you get diminishing returns. And if you push it even further, the cost of administration actually does slow things down. That's why Scrum teams aren't supposed to be bigger than 8 developers. Yeah. It can work to a degree. There is a point in which it becomes diminishing returns. And that's the idea, is that you can't, if you already have a project in development, you already have a bunch of people running things, you can't do that. I think CIG fell for the trap. They just decided to hire their way through issues. We don't have enough QA, or we don't have enough time to QA our product. So the solution is just to increase the staff so that we can have more groups of people working on the product to solve the problem. And to a degree, it has worked. but it's still expensive. And I don't think the staff increase has and the speed increase is justified in terms of the cost that it's taken. And a great way of seeing this as well is listen to how they talk about their titles at CIG. People who work at CIG for more than 2 or 3 years collect titles like they're Pokemon because they keep changing their organizational structure consistently, routinely. That is chaotic as fuck. One can't develop a fucking anything if you keep moving people out of the teams that they're working on. I'm a teacher, my day job. One of the things that I had to tell my administration, because my current job, I've been there for 8-9 years now. I had to tell them after the first 2 years of working there that I would like to have one subject to teach for the entire year. And they were confused by it. And I was like, I would like to get good at teaching this subject in this school. If you keep moving me around to different subjects in social studies, I will not be an expert at those subjects. So I am going to be bad at teaching those because I have to learn how to teach these subjects. I might know the subject, I might understand what needs to be taught, but those are not the same things as the practice of teaching. And the more I do it, the better I get. If this is just general rule of efficiency, the more you do something, the better you get at it. And if you constantly move people around to different positions, they might learn how to adapt to those positions, but they're never going to be good at it. One of the reasons why Bethesda, for example, is super good at producing a shit ton of content for their mainline games is because the people who work at Bethesda in the higher manager and team levels have been working with Bethesda since Morrowind. They've been working on that engine, which is why they don't move away from that engine, for their entire careers. So they know all of the ins and outs of the engine. They know its limitations. They know how to work it. And thus, they can make a lot of content. You are now the Infernal's Lore Master and head of Cugs and Kinky Slaps. I mean, yeah. The thing is, CIG has been improving. Star Citizen's improving greatly. I see people bitching one server error in 8 hours of playing. I have to think people who are not familiar with 30K when server crashes has no recovery. Exactly. And this is going to lead me into the 4.2. Because this is my problem. My problem isn't that CIG is collapsing, because that's not the case. As I said earlier, CIG is doing fine. As a development studio, they're doing fine. Even the stuff I talked about, if they probably overhired, they probably have also adjusted to that. It seems like they have, because their efficiency has been going up. So they may have finally realized, or Rich Tyre may have realized, gone up and said, "Stop it, Chris, stop doing this. They need fucking consistency. We need to have a vision and go with it." It seems like what Rich Tyre said. The kind of stability, focus, goal. Put the teams together and go. Don't fuck with them. Bethesda does lean heavily on modders and unapologetically at that. They also hire their modders routinely. You have issues with Rich Tyre? I do too, with some of his decisions and some of his references, but I think that's more to do with, I think Rich has some views on Star Citizen which doesn't match what the original idea of Star Citizen is. His gaslighting? Wow. CIG management in a nutshell right there. Are you talking about how it was always the plan to have tier 3 be regen capable? I'm not really talking about the exact wording, Dell, when I say CIG's original vision. I mean more of, and this is going to sound bad, but the vibes, right? The vibes of the original pitch for Star Citizen. The vibes are a little off when it comes to that. I don't care what people say. Star Citizen's come a long way. I can bedlog in between playing and I can respawn with my own ships. Reliably. I couldn't do that when I first backed. That's the thing. That's the thing that I was trying to get to. I'm trying to also manage both of these because this is the thing that frustrates me the most. I think CIG is doing okay. And I think they're actually pulling off what they thought was a risk really well. I'm going to meme, we tricked you as the twist until the cows come home. But it also feels like CIG learned their lesson from that twist. Star Citizen is not, in fact, Squadron 42. And if you try to treat it like Squadron 42 without Squadron 42's assets, you're gonna have a bad fucking time. It is a sandbox game. Lean into the sandbox elements. You can still tell stories, you can still do those narrative events, but you need to make sure that they're either handled efficiently or handled well or small in scope. One of those three. Did they though? Yeah. Have you played the Hunt the Polaris mission? I haven't been able to complete it because it's usually been bugged in the servers I have, but I've seen people play it. And I think it works really well. I love the little conversations you have with the leader of the frontier fighters who's begging you to stop. They're like, listen, don't do this, while Dooley's like, fucking shoot them. I think they're doing really well, except the marketing and monetization department. I'm permissive of a lot. They need to recenter their hippie aura and put players and stuff first, and gameplay stuff first. That's kind of my point, and I'll do that with the capsule, which is I think if CIG will get more long-term benefit from adjusting gears now towards a future of 1.0 versus waiting until the last minute to do that. Because they're going to eventually have to do it. Eventually ships are going to have to be in-game faster and not for sale. I do think that they'll always sell ships, but they can't be their main way of making money. I don't actually know what Squadron 42 is supposed to be. Is it a Wing Commander mission to mission game? Is it an adventure game where you pick and choose? Or is it open where we can wander around? Yes. Yes, it's all of those things. Not just the land claims. It happened with the Atlas, too. And they did the same thing with both of them, which is, at least with the Atlas, they just quietly put it in game and shut up about it. And then with the land claims, they just stopped selling the land claims. CIG did bad to Dimitriou. She looks like Sid from Toy Story. I think that's just a bug. I think that's just lighting bugs. I'm just glad that they have him in the fucking game. And the land claims is actually even kind of weirder because even when CIG was selling the land claims, they said you didn't have to have a land claim to build anything. That was always the case. You could go to Pyro, you don't need a land claim. It's just for UE space. It's the idea is if you want to purchase a safe spot, you can do that. But Philippi, basically, Squadron 42 is an adventure game. It's Wing Commander, the adventure game. You still have all of the Wing Commander mission to mission, and all of the Wing Commander in between mission stuff. But there's also going to be some consequences for your decisions. The story is going to be the same. I can almost guarantee you, this is not something that I know 100%, but I can almost guarantee you that no matter what you do, the story will end the same way. You are not the Master Chief. You are not Commander Shepard. Okay, you're not the Dragonborn. You're not the Chosen One. In the Squadron 42, you're just some guy. Or just some girl. Some gal. Who flies a spaceship. You are slightly above a grunt. You're just an officer who failed his land nav course, okay? Yeah, you're not even you're actually kind of like the hero of Kvatch in the sense that you're like just some guy who happens to be helping the Chosen One. So like your impact is more along the lines of what one soldier on a battlefield can do. A lot. And it can help kind of turn the outcome in your favor. But, you know, you're not winning the war. Yeah, in Star Wars, you're like Red 3. You know? Not even Biggs. Biggs is too big for that. And it's very, I'm not going to, for those of you who don't know, I've actually spoiled the shit out of myself. So I know a lot about the story of Squadron 42. In fact, it's funny because I've talked to several people who work on Squadron 42 and I've talked with them in the past and I was like, oh, what about this, this, and this? And they're like, what? I was like, did they change it? Did I fuck up? And then later I talked with them and they were like, oh yeah, I found the thing you were talking about. I literally did not know that was in the game. Like, you fucking work on this game. How the fuck do you not know about it? They're like, it's not my part. It's like, okay. Biggs was Red 3. Oh, he was? Red 2 then, or Red 7. I don't fucking know all of them. I don't know Star Wars lore. I just know enough to make people mad. Yeah, if you want to turn on, you can turn on HUDs through the advanced HUD. But yeah, turn on the HUDs in the advanced HUD. It'll show you a bunch of more screens on the HUD. I have no self-control. I would know every single detail of Squadron 42 if I worked on it back to front. Same. If I worked on a game, I'd want to know everything I could about it because I want to be able to help if something happened. Red October standing by. Oh, I was thinking Wedge. Yeah, you're Biggs. That's a great way of putting it. You're Biggs. Yeah, you know the heroes, the legendary. You know, Admiral Bishop is clearly the fucking, chosen one in the story. And you're in the orbit of the chosen one. But you're not the chosen one. You're not the one who's sending men off to die for some ungrateful rock or for some ungodly rock. Wedge was Red 2. Okay. Yeah. Forget Squadron 42. I fly for Squadron 999. Yeah, if I had a choice, I'd fly for Squadron 214. The real heroes of the UEE. They're fucking, they're absolutely, I don't even know how to put it properly. 214 are the people who do the job that Squadron 42 gets the credit for. Like Squadron 42 might spearhead an assault on a Vanduul carrier group and clear the way for the fleet, but it's 214 that launches the torpedoes that blows up the carrier. It's 214 that manages to do some stupid shit and manage to somehow blow up a destroyer or a cruiser with a size 5 torpedo that isn't supposed to do anything, but they did it anyways. Their gunner is missing an eye now, and they have to use a robotic arm, and half their fucking gladiator was destroyed, but they got the job done. And then when they land, fucking Doc pops out of his F8, and everyone goes, "Oh, he saved us! Way to go!" And I'm just, your buddy sitting there bleeding out his eyes, like, "Yeah, fuck you. You didn't save my fucking eye. I killed that goddamn cruiser, and you fucking fuck you." The Black Crows, yeah. I think it's a good way of putting it. Squadron 42 is the Navy SEALs, or Squadron 214 is Delta Force. Delta Force is dangerous. Delta Force is dangerous because they look like a bunch of you. Just, you know, regular looking motherfuckers with glasses. Maybe a little lanky. Just call it a team effort, yeah. What's the thing is that 214 would also not really want the publicity, because like their idea of a publicity is blowing up a kingship. Like 214 has been on the losing end of every battle it has ever fought. Every single battle they have fought, they have lost. But they have managed to do more in those battles than any other squadron. Like the squadron that saved millions of lives during the siege of Virgil, the thing that I like to talk about, was 214. 214 was the one who consistently dived through Vanduul's swarm of fighters, clearing the way for civilian transports to land and extract civilians who had been trapped after the Navy gave up on them. The Navy just gave the fuck up. But 214 was like, fuck that, there are still people we can save. And many of them died for it, but saved millions of lives in the process. And so, like, that's the thing. They're not going to be the headlines because they don't win battles. They win skirmishes, and they're the thing that prevents the losing battle from being a rout. But they're never going to get the glory for it. That's why, like, the Black Crows started off as a joke on them because they used to crow like crazy because they were so good at bombing. But like, it's become sort of like they're the ravens, the crows of Star Citizen universe. They remember, and they don't forget. Well, the same thing, but like they have a chip on their chip on their shoulder, and a long memory, an institutionalized memory. That's why they work really well with also the people from Virgil. A kind of similar vibe. Like 214 will be happy if the Vanduul are all dead. They've done their job. They can go home. The thing is that it's like, if Squadron 42 shows up in a battle, you're fucked. Something absolutely went tits up along the way if the 42s show up. But if the 214 show up, you're like, I'm going to live. Holy fuck, I'm going to live. Oh, 214 is here? Woo! I'm going to get out of this fight. That's literally where their inspiration is, because that was literally the Black Sheep Squadron's designation, was the Squadron 214. Like the Red Tails? Kinda. Yeah, they're not good at following orders a lot of the time. One of their most famous is called the Virgil Raid, where on the border of Vandal space in Vega, the carrier they were on got a message. It was an old UEE SOS signal from the surface of the planet of Cyrene, the main planet of the Virgil system. And the captain on the ship was like, "What the fuck do we do? This is a authorized UEE SOS signal that's old, but it's alive. Are there people alive on Cyrene? Why did they activate an SOS signal?" And 2 and 4 was like, "We'll go investigate." The captain was like, "No, absolutely not. You're not going to go in there because we don't know what's going on." And 2 and 4 said, "Fuck you, we're going in. There is somebody there who needs our help. We will go rescue them." And so the captain turned a blind eye when the Admiralty, the High Command, basically said, "Absolutely not. We're not risking assets to do this. It could be anything. It could be a malfunction. You don't know." So they completely ignored orders, flew out in a flight of gladiators. Everywhere they went, they expected to be stopped, but basically every other Navy asset who had heard the signal at this point just said, "All right, go. We ain't seen shit." And so they got into Virgil. They decided to do kind of like a roundabout route so they wouldn't get hit by any Vandal patrols. Stumbled upon a Vandal patrol anyways, got one of their ships destroyed. Basically, the pilot was killed and the Gladiator was disabled, and the gunner was injured. So the gunner had to do a risky EVA while injured into one of the Gladiators who had they're supposedly modular, the bomb bays, which had a sort of like a auto dock system built into the bomb bay. So he was able to get into the auto dock system to help him stabilize while they continued the mission. They landed on Cyrene and found where it was coming from, and it turned out it was a Gladiator, not Gladiator, a Gladius, an old Gladius that had crashed, and it was from the original time of the evacuation of Cyrene. And when they arrived, it would have been activated by probably like a lightning strike. And the pilot was still in the cockpit. And they were able to retrieve the black box from the pilot. They buried the pilot, turned off the SOS signal, and left. And when they arrived back in Virgil, they're like, "We're going to get court-martialed. We're all going to jail." But instead of being court-martialed, they were cheered for doing this. And it turns out that the black box they recovered was from the 214. It was one of their squadron mates from the fall of Virgil who stayed behind while the last transports were leaving to keep the Vandal busy, knowing they were going to die, but did it anyways. And that, like, black box recording became propaganda that was used throughout the UEE as sort of like the last stand of a 214 pilot. So, was I breaking up? Oh yeah, that's yeah. They didn't have space to bring the body back. Yeah, it's a World War II squadron. There's an entire TV series that was done about the Black Sheep Squadron. What fumbles mean? CIG's making mistakes. Hey, Citizen Talk. How you doing? it's a fictionalized account of the events of the Black Sheep Squadron, but they were a Marine squadron, aviation squadron, I believe. Where do you find these stories? So they're published in the Jump Point, and they used to do a weekly, it used to be a weekly lore dump on the website. And I believe that story was from the profile on the Squadron 214, which was on a Jump Point magazine. It's one of the stories that makes the Gladiator so badass. The Gladiator in lore is such an insane ship. It shouldn't exist. It was completely mishandled by the UEE. But when they figured out what it could do, it became insanely good. As an info runner, what's the price speculation for the Asgard? Cheaper than the Valkyrie. Because that's what they've been doing it. They've always been slightly cheaper than the ship that they're replacing. So you can't cross-chassis upgrade to it. I don't know how much of that. It just would be good in game. I think it could, I mean, it's already gotten a huge glow up. It's gotten bigger guns attached to it. It's tankier than shit. Its torpedoes just aren't as effective. Give it size 4 bomb racks, CIG. If you gave it bomb racks, it would become the best ship in the game. Yeah, I saw Lucky 13 from Lego. That's the ship I want, yeah. Could the price be the same as the Valk, such as the Medpen and Terrapin? Probably not, because it's not a Valk variant. It's like a chassis difference. They'd sell the bomb racks. According to CIG, they'd give it in game, so. Only in Atmo? What do you mean only in Atmo? The bombs? Of course the bombs would only work in Atmo. Hey, Hourglass. Every time you tell cool stories about the Gladiator, I usually unmelt my Gladiator. You want to talk about how Gladiators are also used as firefighting ships? They convert the bomb bays into water sprayers, and they fly over areas to knock them out. For clarity, honestly, for clarity, if you want to know my exact stance, I think CIG should stop selling shit. I know they can't stop selling ships, but they should stop selling anything but cosmetics and ships. Period. I am not okay with them selling blades. I'd rather them just sell them in game or make them earnable through rewards. And earlier the better, at the same time. I'm gonna do a capsule on it. I'm gonna go get some water and I'll come back and do a capsule on it, so we can actually talk about the cool stick, which is 4.2. Because holy fuck, there was a commenter on the last monthly report who said I was insane for thinking that Nyx is what they were working on, but also said that they think that weather is coming into the game. And I said I don't think it's coming into the game because while it was shown off, they've also consistently gone out of their way to say that Genesis chat. I'm giving you an option, chat. You're not taking it.
Genesis.
Thank you, Token.
Genesis. Genesis.
Now you're all doing it. I know there's a delay.
Genesis.
Because they've constantly said it's not the right one, Tasty.
I love democracy.
You can
Oh,
take away
shit.
my spaceship.
Anyways, they said Genesis. Every time they bring up Genesis, it's like it's a long way off. Don't think about it anytime soon.
Space lasers,
That's like
but you can never.
half a year is a long way off. That's usually not CIG's context.
Gifted Forge, a membership. Forge Horizon celebrates 22 months of membership. Separating the cosmetics from the weapons, armor would be nice. But not quite sure how. Make the skins universal or do limited to that one armor type that's not in any in-game shops.
Thank you so much for that 22 months of support there, Forge Horizons. Separating the cosmetics from weapons and armor would be nice. I'm not sure quite how. The skins universal do a limit of one armor type that's not in game shops. They can sell them individually like they do now, just don't sell them for the armor. So here's the thing. One of the big things that CIG needs to do is if they want to sell stuff in their store, they need to actually invest time and effort into their cosmetics team. Because the more they sell cosmetics in this sort of weird half-assed way, the more it's going to become harder for them to move away from it when they need to. Because the fundamental fact is that this system will not work with 1.0. The only reason why this system works now is because people are constantly looking forward to the next patch and the new content that's coming out. When 1.0 hits, there's going to be a large period of time from when it hits beta to when it goes live. Probably 6 to 9 months, where the only things we're going to see that's going to be updated in the game are minor fixes here and there, maybe some cosmetics, and maybe some new ships. But the game will be done. Because CIG will need time in a beta stage for it to be polished and worked on before they go to 1.0. As a computer artist, I think most of the ship skins suck. There may be a handful I actually like. That's been every person I've talked to who's worked in the industry has said who worked in that specific industry has basically said the same thing. X will go off on that. X will talk about how they're not very good and they probably don't take a long time, especially not with the tools they have. They also mentioned FPS ping with this unnamed armor. It's a stealth suit, obviously. Probably. Oh, well, the shark tooth is different. Most of their skins suck, but the shark tooth is fine. I think the Baraka skin is pretty good. The shark tooth skin is obviously good. Mutahar is always hard on CIG. I've never seen Mutahar not go hard on CIG, at least in the last couple of years. Yes, Leopard, you missed everything. Like y'all are hitting on things. It's like I'm gonna do my my capsule because I want to kind of encapsulate it properly. But yeah, the Thundercloud is pretty good. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that Mutahar also has a long list of things that are problematic with him, at the very least. a specific type.
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat. There you go.
Drugs.
Good news, everyone! Genesis? Genesis?
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Turning it off, chat. I don't even think CIG can financially stay afloat before Squadron 42 releases. The PR disaster these past few days is going to linger for a while. We'll see. CIG's been doing pretty well despite the PR issues. Let me just get into it. All right, chat. You know how this works. If you don't, this is going to be a section specifically for YouTube, like a YouTube video. So I'm going to do this talking at the camera, maybe addressing chat a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. All right. Starting the recording. Hello. Welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. Small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/@TheAstroPub live. Come join chat here live as we discuss about Star Citizen lore, news, and more, and other things as well. And I'm not gonna lie, this feels a lot like, for those of you who are 40K fans, know that basically every story that follows a trader Primarch starts with some flavor of, I never wanted this, which is probably why that's the thumbnail for this. Never wanted to make this video. But it's become clear. I've talked about this a lot on live stream, so this is something that chat has talked about several times, and I've brought it up myself. But it's become clear that I wanted to do this video. I originally I wrote up an entire script for this, and I was like, yeah, I can't really do this as a standalone video that's scripted and edited, because I think by the time I was able to get it done and released, CIG would have probably moved on from this issue. And I wanted to be able to at least address this issue in a way that I think would be important. It's important to address it, but I don't think it's in a helpful way that I think that CIG could do moving forward. And any suggestions I make here is probably already going to be picked up by other members of the community, or probably already said by your favorite content creator or you. But I want to do my best with what I see the problem is and what the solutions are. I am, of course, talking about the selling of the flight blades and the equipment. Funny enough, I think a lot more people are upset by the selling of equipment than AI blades, or not AI blades, the flight blades. But it's still a problem. And I'll address the very beginning. CIG releasing this, and then their statement to sort of deal with this problem is very underwhelming, to say the least. Let me pull up their statement so we have a full idea of what's going on. I actually prepared for this chat. I prepared for the wrong one. So, it's loading up. There we go. Let's read the statement. For those of you who are completely in the dark, CIG released their flight blades, which are modifications to flight. They're effectively subcomponents. And they slightly tweak flight of specific numbers of ships that either increases their speed or increases their maneuverability. And there is a lot of different insights I've seen where sometimes people say it's nothing, some people say it is something, and it really doesn't matter if it is or isn't. It's a lot of the principle of the thing that a lot of people got mad at, because they're only selling it in the store, and you won't be able to earn it until you actually get to the in-game, until the next patch, like 4.2. Now, that wasn't the information we had. The information we had when it was first announced that they were going to be selling these blades and all of the equipment like bomb racks and additional turrets was that it was going to release sometime after this promotion. And then that was quickly changed to summer. The problem is that CIG summer ends in September. And while CIG has been patching much faster, the MISC Fortune, which has been out since January, is still not available in the stores as of this, in-game stores as of this video. Maybe it's in 4.2, not that I know of, but it's been out for almost half a year and still hasn't been released in stores. So there was a lot of pessimism and a lot of negative reaction, rightfully so, because this was something that is seen as what CIG has always promised not to do, which is to become too pay to win or to sell, or to sell like power. It's kind of what it is. Now, after this blew up and the entire community hated it, everywhere you went in the community, you would see what is going on, why is this happening? And a lot of trust was broken, and still is broken from that decision. They decided to address it about a day or so later. This was on May 16th. I believe it actually came out on the May 14th, maybe May 15th. And this was the like a day later. Throughout Star Citizen's evolution, one fundamental principle has remained paramount. Everything you pledge for to support or development will eventually be attainable through gameplay. Your contribution helps push things forward, but your time in the verse should be equally rewarded. We're pushing 12 patches this year instead of 4. We're crushing more bugs than ever, building more exciting content, moving faster than ever to make Persistent Universe a better experience for everyone. And in moving that fast, we missed a step. I will address some of these later. I really want to, but let's go through this. To be clear, the new flight blades will be obtainable for AUEC in our next patch this June. We followed our usual approach by offering early access on the Pledge store to help support development. But after some reflection, we've decided that for smaller components like flight blades or bomb racks, they should be available in-game at the same time they appear in the store. Our choices has and should always be yours. The choice has and always should be yours. If you want to support the project early, you can, but it's not required. If you own a game package, you'll be able to pick these up in-game currency in our next monthly quarterly patch. And for future gameplay kit introductions, we'll ensure that these items are obtainable in-game on day one. Thanks to everyone who weighed in, especially those who brought the heat constructively. This game has always been shaped by the community. Star Citizen wouldn't exist without your passion and support, or your scrutiny and feedback. We hear you, and we take it all to heart. So I'm going to address this first part. This first part is not an apology. This is an explanation, not an apology. And then the next part is basically saying they're still going to do this. They're still going to sell flight blades and equipment in the stores for money. You'll just be able to earn them in-game at the same time, which doesn't address the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue is that these were available to be sold in the first place. I think CIG got the wrong message from the Hornet Heartseeker promotion, because that was always pitched to players as a one-time thing specifically for people who own the Hornet, which got a neat little skin and a turret upgrade, which would be unique to that. That was kind of delivered, proposed as a one-time thing for this specific ship. Most people got it for the skin, but when he was also packaged with that unique turret, it's like, that's neat, that's cool. But I don't think most people saw this as we're selling power. It was more of a we're selling a kit with a skin. Clearly, CIG took the lesson as people want this, we'll sell more of it, and we'll make money off of it. And this is where I get to the actual problem that CIG has. Since this has come out, the whole selling stuff, and then this statement, the sort of message that has gotten across that has broken containment from our community to the wider gaming community was that CIG is selling power in a way that is egregious, and it's because CIG lost $20 million 2 years ago. So CIG is in financial straits. They're going to fail soon, so they're panicking, and they're selling everything they can to try to keep the lights on. While I don't believe that's the case, and I'll explain that here in a moment, the problem is that CIG doesn't understand is an old political saying, which has shaped a lot of how politics works in the United States over the last 30 years, which is perception is reality. And what that basically means, no matter what your political beliefs are, is that people often believe once they understand things. The way I like to put it is, there are several boxes that you will put things in at any given time. Once you've put something in a box, say your friend, you meet a friend, you talk with them, you like them, they're your friend, you put them in the friend box. You will treat them like you treat any other friend. Maybe they're also a video game, so now you put them in the gamer box. So they're in a friend and the gamer box, so now you know how to talk with them, how to address with them. It's how we process information, it's how we deal with the complex realities of being human. But once we do that, it's really hard to change our perception on something. It requires something drastic and often very personal to change your perception of whatever you're doing. And so, no matter what's actually happening, CIG has been put into the box by these content creators, by the gaming media, and probably by the gaming sphere as a whole, is that they are now a failing company that is desperate for funds. Why is this bad? Because people do not want to be attached to a sinking ship. It's really hard to get new people to sign up for something if they believe that you're going to fail. Self-fulfilling prophecy. So CIG has a PR problem. They don't really have a funding problem. Let me explain. By showing off their current funding tracker. So, if the funding tracker wants to work. So this is a site called the CCU game. It's been tracking the funds that's publicly available on the Star Citizen's website for a while, but it also has a bunch of motor data to compare to previous years. And if you look at the total amount of money They have earned, as of this recording, $49 million. Okay? This year alone. And if you look at this time over every other year, they're ahead by at least a little bit. Their best year of funding ever, 2023, they made $19 million in May. They made the biggest they've ever made was $25 million last year in May. They're at $16 million right now. The Asgard has yet to come out, which is probably going to sell very well. Plus continuing sales of a lot of different ships that are coming out. Last month, they actually had an increase of 119% in terms of new people coming in. They had a 5% increase in March. So March and April actually started to see the shift towards more people signing up than have had in the past. So we've been seeing, based off the data, more people have getting into Star Citizen, and the funding overall is much higher than it's ever been before. And there's a reason for this. The reason isn't sales, it's release. CIG has released a patch a month since January. And if you look at all of the previous sales in terms of the timing, whenever there's a huge funding boost in previous years, it's been around a release. It doesn't matter if that release is good or bad, it always has a huge sales boost. It doesn't even matter if they're selling new ships that release, they have a huge sales boost. So the message is the thing that a lot of other companies have already learned, which is you need to release the game, and people who enjoy your game will buy your game. Perfect example of this is Hello Games with No Man's Sky. Every update to No Man's Sky since its release has been absolutely free to download and play if you own the base game. And because they've done a marvelous job of improving that game, adding new features, they have turned around from being the biggest scam in gaming history to being the biggest comeback in gaming history. As of this recording, they're still working on their new game, which is based off of No Man's Sky, called Light No Fire. I'm really excited for it, and I expect they're going to do the same sort of model. Because what they've learned is that if you are consistent and you focus on the game, and you do so in a way that is like helpful to the people, your average player base, new people will want to jump in and play your game, and they will pay for that money. It's a lesson that many indie devs have learned over the last decade or so. Another great example, my wife plays a lot of Stardew Valley. It's done by a single developer called Concerned Ape. And he started off as sort of a CD project and turned it into a full game. But recently, he basically did a huge update to the game, which was effectively a brand new game added on top of the game that was already released. He didn't charge an extra dime at all. As a result, the entire community went out of their way to try to sell the game to new audiences because it became such a good, it felt so good to be treated so nice that they wanted to support the developer. Gamers are very, very generous to companies that treat them well. Arrowhead with Helldivers 2 is a great example. They may not be the best, biggest game in the world, but they've always cultivated a very passionate player base since Helldivers 1. And since it's grown in popularity since then, they've done nothing but try to encapsulate, hey, we still got to make money. We don't want to be a dick to our fan base. They still have, what are they called? Season passes, as it were. Various different skill trees to unlock, which give you different armor and weapons upgrades. But you can get the game released over a year ago, and you can still get the original battle passes from a year ago if you want to. And you can earn all of them in-game with in-game money without having to spend a dime. But they're like $10. So if you come back after a while and really enjoy yourself, it's really easy to pull out $10 and go, I would like a pack. Here's some money. Please help me out. Let me get access to it. And you still have to play the game to unlock those things. You just give access to unlock it in the first place. What are the lessons here? Well, quite clearly is if you do things like release games, people are going to be flocking to your game the more you release stuff. And if you're generous with your fan base, and don't try to nickel and dime them, they will open their wallets more often. Now, why do I bring all this stuff up? Because I believe the fundamental issue from my many years of covering Star Citizen and knowing many people who work at CIG, the fundamental issue that CIG has is corporate rot. Effectively, and if you work in a corporation, you know what I'm about to say, they've gotten so comfortable with how the model works for funding right now that they have never really bothered to change that. Because if selling digital spaceships works to make them money, then maybe they could sell other things that for the game make them money. And we can see that in that statement from Xylo. They always use this as a way of, hey, you want to help us out here? We'll give you an option to help us out, but you don't have to do it. You always have it in game. And I think they've fallen into a pattern. They've kind of gotten lazy. And they've gotten into a pattern recognition that I like to use. The common analogy is that if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And for CIG's case, if the only marketing tool, the only monetization tool you have is selling digital spaceships, then every monetization is going to look like selling digital spaceships. So I don't think they're running out of money based off of what I've seen, based off of what I've heard. But they're definitely getting lazy in their implementation of their ideas, which is a problem because Star Citizen's going to reach 1.0 at some point. We know that they're moving towards that. That's their clear vision, the direction that they're going to be moving towards. Everything internally has said that. CIG has gotten so much better over the last year. We were talking about this in chat earlier. Like, the game is significantly more playable than it has ever been. It is in a better position ever, and it's poised with a 4.2 update to add a bunch of new features which likely will dramatically improve and change the experience of Star Citizen towards what it's supposed to be for 1.0. They just released the Idris. This should be a victory lap for CIG. But instead, we're paying attention to a subcomponent issue, which I guarantee you 4 people thought about at CIG. The people who make them. And the monetization people, marketing, whoever's in charge of monetization, effectively was just using the same old tool they've used for everything to fix the problem. So, I've laid this out. What's the solution? I'll be very quick because I know it's been 20 minutes. The solution, in my opinion, is fourfold. The first thing they should do is remove it from the store immediately. All equipment packs, all blades, tomorrow. This hour, this minute, just take them off. Don't refund anybody. Let other people, they purchased it, let it happen. Take it off the store, never sell it again. Do not sell these things. It's bad look. It's not going to be successful. Do not sell them. Pull them off right now. That will start the process of winning back trust. It's going to take you a year or longer, CIG, to fix this problem, but it starts with that move because it shows that you care. A statement is easy to make. An action is more important. Number 2, they need to start allowing for all new ships that are sold and in-game. So like right now, the TAC. The TAC should be available for rent. You should be able to rent the TAC in the store, in-game right now. I think you can because it's Invictus, but that's my point. You should be able to at least rent every ship the second it comes into the game. Because CIG has already done this and knows it works. Because Invictus and IAE, you can rent every ship in the game, or almost every ship in the game. And those sales always are huge. You often can even rent the ships that are being sold for the first time. So they know that rentals do not cut in on their sales. And that makes the ships achievable in-game right away. And it's a solution you already have in the store. You've already built out the tools for it. So that is at least a medium-term solution to the problems. The longer term I'm not going to try to tackle here in terms of selling spaceships or not, but that's a medium-term solution. A more medium-term solution will also be the latest release that's coming out, the ATLS ICT is what it's supposed to be pronounced as, by the way, ICT, which is the combat mech based off the Atlas chassis. Don't sell it. It's too small. Don't sell it. Make it in-game only. And make more smaller vehicles like that too. Selling cosmetics is not a problem. But that requires CIG to actually put some investment and time into cosmetics, which they haven't really done in terms of like the tools and the features that they need to use for cosmetics. And the last thing I'll say is, the last two things I'll say, release Squadron 42. Obviously, they need to release Squadron 42 because that should alleviate some of the funding pressure they have. And the very last thing is revamp the subscription program. Absolutely everyone I have talked to, well, not everyone I've talked to, but there's a large number of people who come into my chat and are convinced, not just my chat, but I've seen all over the Star Citizen community, that are convinced that the only way this game survives long-term is subscriptions, is paid subscriptions. Well, I don't think that's the case. There is lesson to be learned in this. There's a large number of people in the game right now who would be willing to pay for a subscription service. If CIG can revamp the current subscription service to make it more palatable, give some bonuses, but not breaking the game. You don't want to pay for power, but there definitely needs to be some benefits, some bonuses. That would go a long way to improving financials without ruining the game, making it an optional thing that other people can get in game. Long term, I would like to see CIG move towards a cosmetics-based economy. I wouldn't even mind a battle pass-like system if it was done similar to Helldivers, but I don't think it really works with Star Citizen. But there are some methods out there that they could probably do, which would be nice to do, give you some money, give CIG some money for continuing to develop, but not egregious like the current implementation is. I wanted to offer solutions rather than just complaints, because it's easy to complain. It's harder to give a solution to the problem. But as somebody who's followed the project a long time, and I have a stupid hobby of following game development over the last decade or so, because my brain is broken and I find this kind of stuff fascinating, I wanted to give my 2 cents and my experience. So let me know in the comments below if this makes sense or not. If you like this, if your own solution is, with the caveat that please don't attack the devs directly, because this isn't John Crew's fault. This isn't Elliot's fault, even though I know we all want to blame Elliot for things. This is somebody in management made this decision. Their marketing or Chris Roberts or somebody in the management position made these decisions, and they're the ones who need to change them up. So try to address that problem. Don't blame the entire devs. Okay. And if you did like this, I'm live Thursday through Mondays. Twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, YouTube.com/TheAstroPub live. Like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified of release. Thank you again for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Woo! I'm not done. I just needed to do a countdown for like the outro stuff. I love hearing your takes, AstroPub. Well-reasoned and balanced, not emotionally charged, not taking advantage of the reactionary people, just fair criticism from somebody who wants the project to succeed. I have enough friends who work at CIG that I don't want them to lose their jobs. And I have enough time in the game in the universe to know that they have something special here if they do it right. And as somebody who's worked in marketing, it always pisses me off when I see like the MBAs causing problems. It's like, why? But again, I don't think this is a like CIG twiddling their fingers being like, yes, money, or even like, we need money, please help us. It's laziness. It's just laziness. I don't even think it's Activision, EA, Ubisoft style. I think this is just laziness. This isn't like a claw as much money as possible. It's more of listen, there's obviously a pressure for them to make money because it's how they keep the lights on. But I always see CIG more in the line of what's cool and what's available, rather than what's going to make the most money. CIG will make decisions based off of those factors. But they won't think about it. They just, because they have an idea. Yeah, basically that's it, Jaded. Dev, we got thing working. Management, okay, throw it on the pledge store. Dev, what? Yeah, there's no trust with it. And CIG broke that trust even more. And it's going to take them a year plus to get that trust back, which sucks because 4.11 is good. 4.2 is looking fucking fantastic. And I am hearing somebody reached out in the middle of me talking about this. I'm not going to say who. Hinting that the Atlas iKitty, ICT, won't be sold. The Gatlas, yes. It's only one source. Think it as that, and it's a trust me, bro source. Okay, wait until they actually make the announcement. The devs are cooking, but the management is eating it before it hits the plate. Yeah. Wait, they broke the trust? Hasn't it been a year since the Galaxy debacle? Have you been, under a rock, Great War Mage? Am I the only source for Star Citizen news for you? If it is, thank you. I'm honored. So you worked in marketing before being a teacher? Yeah. So I was a brand manager, effectively. You always be my, oh, John. I've been liking, there's a couple of new faces on the who I know watch me and who've been in this fucking chat. Okay. Jojo. It's JoJo is a really good source, and of course, 5-star with their shadow patch notes, fantastic. There's a lot of content creators out there who are coming in, and I will say, CIG needs to start reaching out to these people if they haven't already done so. I do find it pain. I get pain because I know it's JoJo shows up in chat. So I know they watch me from time to time. And they'll like say something like, this lore thing, I don't understand. And I just want to be like, I know you watch me, Doe. I know you watch me. You know this. I'm like a teacher with a student who's like, well, what's the answer? And I'm like, I've just taught it to you. Like, we talked about it for 20 minutes. You do so well. What's going on? Which is like, we don't know what ASD is. Maybe they're a new faction. And I'm like, ASD's been in the game for like years. Yeah, these new relics, like, new. I've been doing this for 2 years collecting these things. The answer is, for ASD, it's Associated Science and Development. It's Advanced Science and Development. They make the repeaters. the distortion repeaters. The DX distortion repeaters or DR distortion repeaters. I keep calling ASDR version of Wayland Yutani. It is. The lore that I've read, I'm like, yeah. Yeah. The lore is fun because they make a lot of weapons. Their name is Advanced Science and Development. So you think, and even their aesthetic is like very like Aperture Labs, very like science. And it's like, what do they do? We make weapons. Destructive weapons. Science, why not weapon? That's literally in the like it's in the writer's guide. It's also, they also have their own Galactopedia article. Like their most notable thing in the verse that they've done is they made a neutron cannon. And at the event where they were showing off their new neutron cannon, it exploded and killed a bunch of people. And so what are they doing now? Going to fucking Pyro and opening up labs. One does not go to Pyro for science that is ethical or legal. See, weapon work well, killed many humans. That's if they were a Banu. Banu Suli would even understand that's wrong. Okay, legitimate question of a lot of these concerns and upset I'm hearing with CIG based on the idea that CIG needs to rebuild plus. But this is capitalist corporation. Why is trust remotely a factor? Because they're also in a competition with many other companies at the same time, and fundamentally in a monopolistic, in a competitive monopolistic market like CIG is in, which allows for differentiated products. But or similar products, but with branded recognition and stuff like that. McDonald's versus Burger King versus your local burger joint kind of thing. The kind of market they're in, they have to compete for attention. And they have to compete for market share with other companies. So even if CIG is the most like ruthless corporate entity in the existence of man, they still have to compete against Expedition 33, Oblivion Remaster. What else is coming out recently or coming out soon? You know, any insert game here, you know. So at its core, they still need to have some twist, some way of differentiating themselves from their competition. And trust is a thing that helps go a long way towards people believing that the product is worth their time and money. If you study economics, if you study business, trust is very important because communication and information is key in any company to people to trust that company, because you have to exchange money for a service. And if you exchange money for a service that's not up to the standards you have, you're going to be mad. And this is, at least it used to be, a fact that a good customer will go off and tell maybe one or two people that they had a good experience. A customer that has bad experience with you, they will go off and tell 10 people they had a bad experience with you. Because people are a lot more willing to spread negative information about a corporation than they are positive information. So hopefully I'm hitting you with all of these, like, it doesn't matter if they're evil capitalist organization. They still have to compete against each other. And that competition itself drives the need for that sort of trust building. Okay, fair from the company side. Getting the consumer to trust you makes sense. For all of us as consumers, it's just a matter of ego saying you fucked up. You need to make it up so I trust you. More than that, it's not just saying that; it's expressing it. It's expressing that CIG has taken the considerations of what people are concerned about and addressing those considerations. Because I don't think a single person in the community is saying, or even people who hate Star Citizen, or not even hate Star Citizen, or like, cover Star Citizen negatively, are saying CIG should make no money. It's a company. They have to. We live in a capitalist society in which you have to get money to exchange for goods and services, and the people they employ require money for their talents so that they can live. That is the society we're in. And most people are okay with them earning money as a means of producing a product if that product is worth the money. But we also want a product that is worth the money. And the most concern, my concern, and I think a lot of other people's concern is that this is going to hurt the game's development rather than help the expansion of the game. Yeah. Basically, I want them to do what Hello Games did and shut up and make the game and stop trying to sell everything. And I think that will go a long way to making a better game that everyone can enjoy and also still help CIG make more money. Used to be a product owner of our main CSR tool at EA. One of my duties was reviewing player feedback. I forwarded every positive comment to all the 400 some agents. They were consistently awash in negativity. Those little bits of positivity were gold. That's the other thing to remember, is that the people who make this game are not marketing. And there is at least one, if not multiple, of those people in the chat right now. I know that at least probably half a dozen to a dozen people will watch this video after it's been posted who work at CIG, various different positions. And their morale is super important. Because if you have people who are making the game who hate their fucking job, because making a video game sucks ass. Making any kind of art sucks ass. You know what my least favorite part of making content for the internet is? The making the content part. It's the staying up way too late, trying to edit stuff, trying to record stuff, and fucking up a line 17 times and trying to edit it out, editing everything together only to realize that you fucked up a line halfway through and have to go back and re-record it and then insert it back into it. It sucks ass. It is painful. It's shitty. I've never known anybody who enjoys the process. What we enjoy is it being done. Putting it out there and being like, this is all my hard work and effort, and look at people enjoying this, So, and that's just editing. That's easy compared to trying to create a fucking video game. So the job is not fun to do. It's fun to complete. And those people's morale are important, because if they feel like what they're doing is impacting people in the right way, if they're having fun and you're like, they get it, I love this, then they'll be more motivated to continue even though it's shitty. Oh yeah, sorry, I've been going through that. And so bad press like this hurts morale. That's the other thing. Trust from the community is trust to the devs. And they didn't have any fucking choice in the matter. It's not their choice. What specs do you think PC will need for Squadron 42? Whatever Star Citizen is, generally speaking. So whatever Star Citizen is required, because while they are going to be slightly different, they're the same engine. They're going to have a lot of the same assets. They're a little different in scale, but it'll probably be the same. No, they can't make $100 million operating budget forever. Now, one of the easiest ways to improve that cash flow is just release fucking Squadron 42. They need to release Squadron 42. If they release Squadron 42, it doesn't matter if it's success, as long as it's good. It can't like fundamentally be broken and not playable. It has to be playable. It has to be more or less not buggy. Better than Star Citizen is currently, but not by much in terms of stability. And if the gameplay is fun and the story is enjoyable, if it gets like a 7 or 8 out of 10, which I think is probably where it'll land, given what I've heard and what I've seen, I think it'll do fine, because Star Citizen or Squadron 42 doesn't need to make $1 billion in a week, because its expenses have already been paid for. It just needs to be a consistent cash flow coming in over the course of its entire lifespan. So it doesn't need to sell, doesn't need to move units like crazy, because like most games, they get money from the publisher of upfront, and then they use that budget to build the game, and then that publisher needs all that money to get back to them, because they've already paid for it. They need that money to come back so they can prove it it's a success. There's no publisher to pay for CIG. They've already got the money for Squadron and Star Citizen that's continuing to fund Star Citizen and development for Squadron 42. Once the game is released, it becomes a consistent flow of cash that they can then pull off the accelerator for Star Citizen a little bit. Is it still going to be 1 of 3 chapters, or did they dial that idea back? It's still going to be, as far as I know, game 1 of 3. Yes. And we aren't seeing if they're taking loans as well. They do have 2 outside backers, the Colliers, I want to say their name is. I can't remember the name. Which everyone freaks out about, but they are friends of the Robertses. They own their own marketing company. It was clear from the initial sort of discussion with them, the Coulters, I can't remember the name. They are, they're releasing it on Steam, that Raptor. They're releasing it on Steam. Day 1. Will GTA 6 hurt its release? Not if Squadron 42 releases in like December. I wouldn't say it's $1 billion, but it's close to it in terms of the money they get. You also got to remember that CIG also gets tax credits from the British government. They may get tax credits from the German government as well. But they have, that's one of the reasons why they moved a lot of staff over to England, because they have a big studio there, but also because the UK government pays them a lot of money. British, yeah. Yeah, GTA 6 isn't releasing on PC at launch, and it's probably going to take them at least 9 months to a year and a half to release to PC. And most likely credits from Canada, probably. That will definitely offset some of their costs, which is why when you look at like their numbers, they like lost 20 million in 2023, but I'm like, it's probably less, not factoring in credits they get after tax credits from the governments. I just hoping we don't have to wait another year and a half. From what I've gathered, I do not think Squadron 42 is coming anytime at the very beginning of 2026. But everyone I've talked to who's worked on Squadron 42 has said it's coming the fuck out in 2026. Like, that's the mood of the entire office. The mood is, fuck punch wall, fuck right now. But it's like, it's coming out. From what I can gather, that's generally the mood of video game development. When you're in that last stretch, you just want to bash things because you're just so frustrated about everything that's working. But oh, it's going to release no matter what. Even if the release proposition is not good, we'll see. Yeah, that's just the final stretch. I remember when it was supposed to come out in 2023. CIG's only ever announced a release date once. Well, that was in 2016. They've made allusions that they're planning on having it coming out soon a lot, but I don't think CIG is going to be able to kick that can down the road. There's no way it's coming in July, because that's when that would be 2 months after GTA 6 is released. Absolutely not. Thank you, C Daddy. I will post what C Daddy posts. Hey, look, it's the Drake possum. Now, how much are they going to charge for Squadron 42? That's a good question. If I had any say in the cost, I would beg, absolutely beg CIG to lowball it. In a universe where games are about to cost $100 across the board, sell it for $60. That sale of $60 will make headlines. That's marketing. That's an easy marketing dub. Because everyone else, fucking GTA 6 is going to come out for like $90 minimum, $100. And then you turn around and go, look at this cast with Mark Hamill, John Rice Davies, Gillian Anderson, fucking, just list the cast. Mark Strong, Henry Cavill, Gary fucking Oldman. Look at that cast and be like, $60. People would be like, are you serious? And if even that, even lower, $45, $50 to $45. If CIG sold Squadron 42 for $49.99, or even better, this is going to sound shitty, $49.99, but for the first month it's released, $42.99. $42.42. You know you want to do it. You know you want to do it. $42.42. Yeah, Steam release special. Yeah. That would be lower than the cost it was when it was last pulled from shelves, but it would be fucking hilarious. Yeah, my current estimation for a Squad 42 release is December December 15th. Oh no, December. Oh, I thought it was the 7th was a Tuesday. The 8th of December or the 15th of December. Sometime between December 8th and December 15th, 2026. Well, CIG goes on break. They'll probably go on break on the 18th of December, so they'll probably want to release it before their break. Kind of like what they did with 4.0. I think a lower price would introduce more people to StarCitizen, so maybe. I mean, there's just so many. The thing is that CIG doesn't have to make up its money. Like, they're in a good position where as long as this thing has a tail, as long as Squadron 42 has a tail, it doesn't matter what the fuck they do, as long as long-term it makes money. And selling it at a lower price point will encourage more people to get it. The game's gonna take 40 fucking hours to complete. Like, it's not like an 8-hour Call of Duty campaign. We're talking like multiple hours, like double-digit hours to complete the game. But does CIG know that? I'm hoping by me breathing it into the world that somebody fucking listens at CIG, but who the fuck knows? I'm just a madman screaming into the void. Release the game and go on break. That's the reason why I think the 8th would be a better choice, because it'd give them a week or so to cover some issues. Do you think they'll have DLC-like episodes? No. They'll probably do some post-release patching and maybe some post-release content. But they said that they want to kind of pivot pretty quickly onto the next game in the series. And at least at one point they said it was going to take them 2 to 3 years to make the game, a new game, using the pattern they already have, but we'll see. I don't think it's about them knowing it or not. It's about them making the decision, aligning with it. It's easy to assume people are not as smart as you, as much as more difficult to think they just come into the other conclusions, or in this case, greed overcoming that they know is a bad idea. Still, they know better. I always assume that I'm stupid, but in everything, even in the areas that I should know more on, I always assume there's somebody who knows more than me. But lately, I feel like I'm being naive by saying that, and that's scary as shit. Because I'm not incredibly intelligent. I just know where to find the information I need. Now, I do think that Squadron 42 should also sell special editions with the like sell $79.99 for the soundtrack, the game, fucking pinup art of Cal Mason. I don't give a shit. Like just other cool little things. I mean, just like digital. Like selling physical would be nice, but yeah. That's the valuable intelligence, finding information. I'm not going to get back into that rabbit hole, but like as a teacher, one of the things I learned in teaching school was all about how to measure intelligence and how we have no fucking idea how to measure intelligence. So anyone who says, I have a high IQ, I go, you did. You probably don't anymore. Because IQ scores skew downwards as you get older. Does that mean you get dumber as you get older? Actually, no. You become more smart as you get older, as you learn a lot of things. It's just IQ tests don't test shit. Literally, every generation scores higher on a IQ test than the last generation. It's been the case for the last 60 years. So they have to change IQ tests every generation because, if we kept it the same, the new generations that are being born would be super geniuses, which doesn't make any goddamn sense because they're not super geniuses. It's because IQ tests are fundamentally flawed. I'm sure there's also stuff about your brain developing and all that kind of stuff, but yeah. Like they should sell. Oh wait, I forgot. I gotta turn on all those things.
A serious shift of devs to SC after SQ42, or will it just all go right into the next SQ game and still leave SC with scraps?
Well, we see a serious shift, sort of and sort of not. We've already seen the shift. It's already happened. And it's going to happen as as time rolls on. It's just the resources are going to shift back to Star Citizen. I'd guess end of this year, and beginning of next year. And I mean by like the cinematics team, the narrative team, because you won't need them. The teams you won't need for the last push towards the end of the towards the release. You won't need those teams, so they'll be mostly able to come back to Star Citizen and deal with those sorts of things. But most of the people who were tied up with Squadron 42 are not doing Squadron 42 anymore. That's the reason why last year we saw a bunch of new features come into the game, why we're seeing improved gameplay overall in Star Citizen this year, And likely from 4.2 onwards, we're going to start seeing new features be coming into the game, which we were fucking drooling at before. Fucking weather, engineering, what else is that? Brand new like research facilities with new storylines, all these sorts of things. IQ tests are most often given to at least first given to young kids. In my experience, IQ tests test logic and pattern matching. Yeah, and the thing is that based off of my early childhood development class that I took, the last I heard, every generation was destroying the scores. So we're talking like 3-year-olds maxing out their logic, logic and pattern recognition, like fucking through the roof. Like shit that like, you know, right now would be what is it, the alphas? Alphas were doing like they're better than the Zoomers, who were better than the millennials, who were better than the Generation X, who were better than the boomers, who were better than the silent generation. Like as long as we've been testing it, like if we kept the scores the way they were, alphas are super geniuses in logic and pattern recognition compared to even millennials. But when they develop, that doesn't correlate at all. The answer is just we're getting better at doing these things because we teach our kids at a younger and younger age. I love that you forgot Gen X's game. Everyone forgets the Gen X. Intelligence tests, for those of you who don't know, IQ tests were invented by the French. Not just by the French. It was invented by a French teacher. So when France became allowed for free education for all individuals in like the 1850s, I want to say 1840s, French teachers had a problem because at the time was the one-room schoolhouse idea, where you had people come in who were, you know, you'd have students who were like 5 or 6 years old, and other students who were 18 sitting right next to each other learning similar stuff. And it became even more complicated when they allowed for free education, because then adults began to come into French schools to learn how to read and write. So you would have a reading and writing class, which would be filled with people who just started learning to read and write because they're young, and 35-year-old men who just want to learn to read and write, but they're at the same level. So the problem was, how do you teach this class full of new readers? Because the 35-year-old is going to know a lot more about the world than the 7-year-old. Whereas before, new readers will typically be in that sort of age range, 5 to 8, 9 years old. So they generally have similar experiences, and your application to how to teach them is the same. But I'm not going to teach you the same way I teach a teenager. It just doesn't work that way. So they had to come up with a plan of sorting out the individuals based off of their development age in terms of education. And so they came up with the intelligence quotient score, which is this teacher came up with, or these teachers came up with this idea of basically sorting people into what stage of development are they in terms of their education. And that was the way they could separate the individuals into the right groups to help teach them. It was a measurement tool for helping teachers teach students. It was never intended to be a method upon which we judge how smart somebody is. Because intelligence isn't even smartness, not in education. Intelligence, we use it as a term for how quickly can you learn something. So how quickly can you adapt to learning something? That's why every teacher who's worth their salt will say everyone is a learner. No one is too stupid to learn. Everyone can learn things, and anyone can learn anything with enough time and effort. It's just some people learn things faster than others. That's it. Hypothetically, how much AUEC might you pay for 1,500 script? Depends. Everyone's learning. You've never met my kids. They probably learned how to fuck with you at a very young age there, see, Daddy? Yeah, that's the difference. They're not too stupid. They just are stubborn if they think they know everything. That's the key with teaching. And someone says, like, talking IQ, was that one of those pseudoscience eugenics things? Kind of. It, like a lot of stuff, it turned into that, but it originally started as mostly a teacher's tool to sort classrooms out with various different levels of education. Someone mentioned something about AI. AI is always a weird thing. Whenever I hear someone say AI is going to replace teachers, I'm like, lol.
Hey, a tip.
Escap, super chatted $4.99. Intelligence is nothing compared to wisdom. This I learned from Helm.
I don't know who that is, but yes, that is true. AI is never going to replace teaching because teaching is more than learning. Like, an AI can adapt to a student's learning style better than a teacher can, probably. But it's going to struggle to explain something to a student who doesn't understand what's going on, especially if they're not engaged, they're not motivated. Like, how is an AI going to deal with a student who didn't eat last night? Or whose sister is dead, you died yesterday. Like, it's not omniscient. It still has to only use the inputs it's given. And human beings are messy fuckers. And when you're a teenager or younger, goddamn, are you messy. Everyone's messy. It's just figuring these things out. One of the things that helped when I started teaching was, like, somebody who is 14 years old, when something bad happens to them, it is literally the worst thing that's ever happened to them because they're 14. They've not been around that long. So to them, in their perspective, it is literally the worst thing that's ever happened to them. Now, when they're 35, they can look back and they go, that's nothing. But they didn't have that experience because they're literally born 14 years ago. Same fumble, working for peanuts. And that is why teachers are always important, because teachers don't just teach, they connect, they mentor. The best teachers in fiction are not people who just teach you the facts of how to do things. They teach you about yourself, about your own passions. They can encourage students to do things in ways that they didn't think about before, or to achieve things they never believed they could. A robot's never going to do that. And if they can, then it's not a fucking LLM robot. It's a fucking fully advanced AI. Yeah, I don't know enough about doctors to say that AI will replace doctors, but I know doctors are a lot more than just a diagnosis machine. Teacher archetype from a hero's journey. Not every teacher is as aspirational as you, Paul. I know. But I mean, what I'm saying is that our best teachers in fiction are people who go beyond just teaching you a skill. They impact your life in many positive ways. They're role models. Blade Runner's not coming on yet. I taught CS. Coding isn't really, it didn't really matter. It was teaching them how to think and solve a problem. Bingo. A lot of my teaching of economics is not teaching them economics, but teaching them how to see the world. Like, I can tell you that supply and demand are inverse of each other, that as supply goes up, demand is going to go down, and as demand goes up, supply is going to go down. Anyone who grasps the basics of economics understands that. But then to apply that to the real world in a way that makes sense, that allows them to process that supply and demand are linked in such a fundamental way that it can impact them on a daily basis. that they may not even see. That is a skill. It takes years to build up. And I'm not a good teacher. Well, I'm an okay teacher. According to the state of Texas, I'm an effective teacher. I'm not a brilliant teacher. I'm not a bad teacher. I'm effective. Oh, I use oil prices all the time. My favorite way of explaining things is connecting why the U.S. has been involved in the Middle East for so long with economics, specifically with things like the oil embargo of the 1970s and the fuel rationing and also things like the Cold War and how things that happened well before they were born are impacting them in ways they don't even understand, mostly because of economics. Yeah, but those teachers tend to be the art teachers in fiction. The moment a science or math teacher goes out the window, I disagree. I think it's more important for science and math to teach how to solve problems, because science and math isn't about solving a problem that will always be the same result. Every math teacher requires a student to solve a problem and show the process of solving it. Why? Because the answer isn't what they want. They don't want a student to know the answer to the problem. They want the student to know the process of answering the problem. Because if you can understand the process of answering a problem, if a variable fucks up somewhere, you can recognize that and adapt. It's still about problem solving, but it's about problem solving through logic and through the application of your own knowledge. Because you doing any kind of math isn't going to look the same as it is in the classroom. And that's the goal of math teachers. The purpose of math teachers and science teachers. Most of science is experimentation. The one time I taught chemistry, which I shouldn't have done, by the way, but they needed somebody and they were willing to pay me. So, but it's like an extended substitute. Labs were about getting a result and backing it up to, like, you go into a lab and you let them process the experiment, and then did their result match with what we know or their hypothesis or what we knew in the first place? And if it didn't, why? It's curiosity, trying to encourage that. Anyone who knows the answers, you need to know how to get there. That's why I say, I am not a lore master when it comes to Star Citizen in terms of like knowing all this information. I do know a lot of the information because I'm brain broken, because I stare at it a lot, but I can tell you where I can find it. Like, I know where to find the information. That's why people enjoy my content, I think. Is because I'm not smart, but I know where to find the right people or the right things to find that information, which makes me look or seem smart. Sorry, got it completely off topic on this one, but back to the capsule. Where did the capsule? Yeah. I realize I'm on the wrong account. There was a topic. Welcome to the captain. Welcome to the office hours where these kind of tangents happen a lot. Let's look at the 4.2. Let's look at the roadmap roundup. We did the bad stuff. We've talked about the bad stuff. I don't want to talk about the bad stuff anymore because I don't think it's constructive. CIG either learned it or they haven't learned it, and if they didn't learn it, they're going to have to learn that lesson eventually.
Anonymous tipped $5. Berber patapin, il mio capello è pieno di slim. Nel bosco fitto e misterioso viveva un essere assai curioso. Con radici intrecciate e gambe incrociate, mani sottili, braccia agitate. Il suo naso lungo come un prosciutto, un po' babbuano, un po' cespu.
Is that Portuguese or is that Latin? I think it's Spanish. That's Latin. My hat is full of slim in the thick and mysterious forest. It's Italian. It's got to be in Latin. No, it's Italian. Thank you, whoever that is. I don't know what that is, but thank you. Grazie. Yeah. It's from Anonymous, so I don't know who said it. I thought you got Orson in Latin for a second. I might have. He grinds my gears. I grind your gears? Me talking over everybody? Oh, from Execute. Okay. Execute's not alone, honestly. There's a lot of people who hate the tag. This is not intended as antagonism. It's intended as being a cheeky fucker when I say, if you don't like the tag or you think it's bad, my response to that is, have you considered it's a skill issue?
Hey, a tip!
Anonymous tipped $5. Berber patapin, please watch this video with chat, gracias.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for tipping those 5. Let me see the video first. It's funk, yeah. I only do dance parties. Are they going to add more melee weapons? I fucking hope so. They built an entire fucking melee system that I have yet to see in game. Music kind of goes hard. It's funk. So, or funk. Everyone's got to love good funk. Yeah. Side note before we get into the next capsule, but I am not a fan of AI as it is currently being implemented. I see that it's got some value, and I see it as a tool that can be functioned. There's a lot of problems with it need to be brought into, like, for instance, power generation is a huge problem. Cooling is a huge problem. And there are being better, like DeepSeek is a good example of it's improving here and there for like local models. But the one thing I love, and leave it up to the Italians for this, is deep fried, brain rot Italian AI memes are just, it's like, mwah, oh, magnifico. You know my thoughts on Roko's Basilisk. Roko's Basilisk can suck my nuts. If I saw Roko's Basilisk in person, I'd punch it in its face.
Them biddies.
Italy literally had a song about a guy speaking senseless English.
I love that song. I love that. It was actually a #1 song too. I believe the song was effectively him making fun of the fact that songs are, that American songs go super viral. It went super viral in Italy, but nobody knew what the fuck they were saying because not a lot of people spoke English or like understood it enough to understand the songs. They just liked it. So he just said, I'm just gonna do that. No one's gonna understand what the fuck I'm saying, but it's gonna sound like an American or English song. And so. May the basilisk gaze shine favorably upon me. They can gaze these nuts. I was like your 70s or 80s, yeah. I love that song. It's really good. The power of a fad, yeah. I'm so ready for weather in game. I want more reason to care about what I'm wearing. Potentially, yeah, no, there's a lot of cool stuff about that. All right. Let's do this. Your ship can get hit by lightning in 4.2. Turn off the alerts and everything. Ask our Italian friend, che significa tutto buio? No, fuck you, Iris. I just realized it came through, but it didn't because I just muted it. All right, hold on. You're gonna, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you again. Hold on.
Them biddies.
Pretestis vos prospectum ab ordinario ad extraordinarium transfer, promptus ad summas expectations reteke, ex visu stupendo, incredibile triclinium, ad singulae shopping, peregrinus vocat. Utrum tantum querus diem consumia nubeculae circumzillions prop stormwells, and per infinitam spam green circle relaxans. Shuttle scotidi venient, quid expectus? Age, visita orazinum, urbum in nubibus.
Patapim. My head is so full of slim. In the thick and mysterious forest lived a very curious being, with entwined roots, crossed legs, and thin hands, waving arms, his nose as long as a ham, and a bit baboon, a bit bush. Okay. Thank you for that meme. Thank you for that. My Italian friend who decided to donate. Thank you for your gift of brain rot. You have to use the proper enunciation, you know. It's like thank you for your gift of water. Thank you for gifting us the brain rot. May your pasta be spicy. I don't know what the right proper response is. May your olives be tasty, maybe? Listen, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of AI, but I completely understand the artistic value of Italian brain rot. I will never ever say that that's not art, because that's fucking art. It is art in the most purest sense of the word. And the fact that it came from the Italians makes me go, Rome really hasn't died, has it? It's just evolved. Again, my brain is broken. I find this shit fascinating. Like, I'd love to know more about what the Russian community does, because there's a Russian community for Star Citizen, in terms of like their memes, their expectations. My experience with pretty much the entirety of the Star Citizen community is that we all have the same fucking memes, just in different languages. Everyone dogs on Drake for being shit, but everyone loves it for being shit. What are some of the other good memes? I think internationally, the MPUV is still the king. Oppress the neighbors? Yeah, true. But like, the Chinese community I don't hear enough from. There's a healthy Japanese community, which surprised me. And because I am completely out of the loop in terms of what gaming culture is outside of the United States. My knowledge of gaming culture, like, in terms of how people play games, ended in like 2008. Like, I was surprised how many content creators who do English language content are from fucking Taiwan. Which is like, what? I mean, obviously, you know, Morph is, but like, there's a lot who are actually Taiwanese. Then of course, everyone who follows Voidy knows that he's from South Africa. The higher the crime stat, the higher the chance you get hit by lightning. All right. All right. Let's do this, chat. Oh. Hello there. Do you lose weight? She's looking good. My name's Paul. Welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. You're distractingly attractive. You know that? This is like a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. Love to have you come join us live and join chat here as they come in as I get rated from with that intro. Where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more on Thursdays. So you come join us live. But today, we're going to look at some good news for once. Finally, some good news. Which is saying that this whole year's been good news, except for that Blade stuff, which I talked about in an earlier video. But 4.2. And while there is a lot of leaks and other things going around, I'm going to look at specifically the roundup, because we're going to look at the roundup and it'll explain a little bit more than just 4.2 and how what's going to happen over the next year is probably one of the biggest years of Star Citizen, both in content and features. So let's take a look at the roadmap roundup, May 21st, 2025. Hello, everyone. Every 2 weeks, the roadmap roundup, we accompany the roadmap roundup with a brief explanatory note to give insight into the direction under decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. Just a reminder, the 1.0 column showcases features and content planned for the inclusion in or before Star Citizen 1.0. This means that you may not have to wait for the 1.0 release to experience them. As features/content in the 1.0 column become ready, they will migrate left into the point patch column for release. Be sure to check back every 2 weeks for the latest updates. Note, redacted cards are purposely hidden details to avoid spoiling content for players. As we have now started our test cycle with the Evocati, you will learn more as we progress through the development of 4.2 and beyond. With that, let's dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup, CIG Community Team. Notable changes from May 21st, 2025, release view. 4.1, missions, local site maintenance. This card is set to release. Missions, animal population control, release. Hot Polaris, release. New hairstyles, release. Volt SMG quartz, release. Components balance pass, release. Wicklow special ships, release. Space combat missions, UE training, patrol, ambush, release. All this stuff for 4.1, because it's been a while since they actually had this. It was 2 weeks ago, so 4.11 was just coming out. All right. That stuff's done. Now, let's get into the spicy part of this. New column 4.2. New creatures. Adding multiple new creatures to the verse. This card has been set to tentative. This is important because we know at least some of them are going to be variations in what we have in the past. CIG has talked about over the last 5 months in the monthly reports that they're constantly working on new creatures. So there's at least maybe 1 or 2 new creatures that have been constantly worked on for the last 5 months, if not multiple creatures, in the monthly reports. And I'll put that right above my head for those of you who missed last monthly report, because there's going to be a lot of stuff I'm going to talk about here, which I'm going to reference back to that report. New hairstyles 4.2, adding 4 additional hairstyles with the update for 4.2. This card has been set to tentative. Always good. Here's the big one. Radiation. Implementing dangerous radiation zones in specific locations, forcing players to adapt with specialized gear and strategic navigation. This card has been set to tentative. Why is that important? How many of you are interested in Bounty Hunter version 2? Well, radiation is part of the actor status system, which is required for the bounty hunting version 2. This is a new damage type that they're introducing, which means that, and like a hazard, which means that going forward, we're going to start seeing more of this sort of thing in game. This is a new feature. Now, it is already in Squadron 42. We've seen radiation snippets and other things in videos on Squadron 42. Now it's making it to Star Citizen first implementation. As CIG has said recently, A lot of the stuff they were planning on doing in one drop, they're doing what they always do. Surprise. And cutting it up into smaller sections and dropping it more over time. So that's a big one. This means that likely we're still probably a ways away, but we're on the path towards that being released. Whereas before it was sort of just like, at some point we're releasing this. Now this is more of they're getting to the meat and potatoes of that process, that system that they're adding to the game. ASD Research Facility. Advanced Science and Development. Jojo. You kill me with this, my man. For those who don't go watch Jojo, he does. It's Jojo. He does a lot of coverage of Star Citizen news and stuff like that. I watch him, and sometimes he comes into my chat and watches. He was covering some of the leaks, which includes the ASD research facility, and said, "I don't know what ASD is. It's some new faction, maybe." And it's like, ASD has been in the game since like 1.9 or something. It's been in game because it's got the DR. The DR series of distortion repeaters are made by ASD. But I'll go over a little bit of it here so we can get a little more spicy. Strategically located in Pyro 1, associated science and development facilities that provide essential infrastructure and sandbox gameplay opportunities for planetary operations. So yeah, ASD is... I'm not going to go into too much with ASD because we also have the data center strategically placed on Pyro 4, associated science and development. Associated. I thought it was advanced. It is associated. Science and development data centers are providing key infrastructure and sandbox gameplay opportunities for planetary operations. So we we actually have a lot of lore on ASD, more than a lot of other companies at least. And I'm going to do an entire live stream on the Astro Historian on Monday, which is going to talk about the shadow corporations of not this Monday, I'm sorry, next Monday. So the first Monday of June, on the shadow corporations of the UEE, which is going to include the ASD because they're kind of a shadow corporation. And by that, I mean, they're a group of people who the law is a suggestion more than an actual thing to follow. And they'll do anything they can to make money with the products they have. And they're powerful enough to get away with stuff that the smaller corporations or other groups would probably not. And where they can't get away with it, they just do stuff like this, like move to Pyro to do research because there's no regulations in Pyro. So yeah, they're pretty messed up. Wayland Yutani is a good way of putting it. And all they do, associated science and development. What do? We make weapons. Dangerous, advanced weapons. That's ASD. All right. Sandbox activity. Adding a sandbox activity utilizing new gameplay mechanics and vehicles to tell new stories in the verse. Maybe that Atlas ICT, maybe? Speaking of that, the Argo Atlas ICT. Adding the new Argo Atlas, or ATLS ICT, is a versus with a new combat vehicle developed for the upcoming challenges, ready to prove its value in an upcoming new sandbox activity. So people have asked, what is this ICT? And I'll tell you right now, it's definitely a Banu thing. And I joked about this earlier in the stream, but you can think of it as if those of you who are around long enough, you probably remember the RS-1 spacesuits or the human food bars, the contraband human food bars that you would smuggle around, and that had Banu writing on the side. And the joke was, they're Banu human food bars. Are they made for humans or of humans? And of course, being the Banu, I'm sure the answer is yes. But we know that the Banu make knockoff human stuff all the time. And the way I'd explain the ICT is that the Banu Sulis saw that humans built a mech, Virgil LTD. They built a combat mech for the UE. And I'm sure they saw lots of exuberant excitement about this mech. And they said, could we make a mech? And they saw that humans already produced a mech, which was cheaper to make, that they could just modify to become combat. And so your average Banu Suli would go, or your friendly Banu Suli would go, do you want big stomping weapon? But big stomping weapon is too expensive? Come, Banu Suli has weapon. Weapon, now with 2 gun. Have a problem need to solve? Have you tried weapon? Banu got you, or Vandul got you down? Would you like weapon? Pirates a problem? Have you tried weapon? Your mother-in-law having issue? May I introduce you to weapon? One for a whole family. Try Banu weapon today. Because that's literally what ICTY stands for. It just stands for weapon. Advanced weapon. Weapon. So, Argo ATLS advanced weapon is what it is. Wicklow Special Ships 4.2, adding multiple new ships and vehicles to their ever-expanding Wicklow's Emporium. These ships and vehicles can be unlocked by bringing the NPC Wicklow a number of favors in exchange for rewards, which I'm sure we already saw in an ISC that one of those is going to be the ICTY. So. Volt Laser Shotgun Prism, new Volt weapon. Adding cutting-edge weapon energy shotgun that ramps up its pellets spread with heat, delivering brutal close-range burst powered by Volt. Sterling Exploration Suit. Introducing the Sterling Exploration Suit, a heavy utility armor built to withstand extreme radiation, enabling safe traversal through the most hazardous zones. I've seen this. And I don't think thick is the right word for this suit. Not even thick. Like, damn boy, he thick is the response. It is thick suit. Like, I think the suit is probably larger and more bulk than the person. There's more stuff to the suit than there is a person. Chunk, heckin' chunk. Oh Lord, he coming, chunk. Dynamic rain. This is a big one. I do want to address this because I did say in the video, which is up there again, that in my last monthly report video, that I did not believe that weather was going to come in. I didn't say it in the video, but somebody in the comments section said, I can't believe, you're crazy for thinking Nyx is coming in. I still think it's coming in. But everyone's just ignoring the weather. And I was like, well, because the weather has been updated month to month. But every single time CIG has even addressed Genesis, the main weather system, they've kind of hand-waved it and said, it's a long ways off. They've never said it was soon. So it's a surprise that the dynamic rain is actually in. And it's in Ivakata right now. Adding dynamic rain in specific locations as a first step towards Genesis dynamic weather. New global event 4.2.x. So we know that 4.2.x is probably going to be the July patch. Adding a global cross-shard event that builds on collaboration and competition, scheduled to come with 4.2.x patch. New space combat mission. Defend 4.2.x. Adding a collection of missions tasking citizens to defend various places against attackers, scheduled to come with 4.2.x patch. New medium utility armor. Adding a new legendary medium utility armor, scheduled to come in 4.2.x patch. All right. So, those are what's being added. So we know a lot of that stuff is already in game as of this recording, or it's in the Ivakati builds. The global event, the space combat missions, and the utility armor aren't, as far as I know, but they're also going to be for like the July patch. Now the next part is what's really important, because while all this stuff is cool, it's all brand new information. CIG went a little bit further because they finally updated the progress tracker. That's the point. We made a few additions to the progress tracker, which you can review below. Just a reminder, when the progress on deliverable is marked as complete, it doesn't necessarily mean it's ready for release. It may still require downstream support, transition to another team for further work, or other additional steps before completion. New global event 4.2.x, space combat mission Defend, and then the other two, which are the big ones. FPS radar and scanning and engineering gameplay. As this says, do not take the time it's finished at face value. The FPS and radar scanning is ending, I think, in like August or September. It's later this year. But engineering is like July or August. It might be like October, November for FPS radar. But basically, the way it looks like in the progress tracker is around the end of summer is the engineering gameplay, and around the end of middle of fall is the FPS radar and scanning. We've seen enough on the monthly reports and heard enough from CIG that I believe that both of those are likely coming in this year. I've thought that they were coming in for a while now, but them adding it to the progress tracker, we're going to see parts of it, if not all of it. I know it's going to be piecemeal. It's not going to be all at once, but we will see it come in by the end of this year. Now, those may not be the only ones. We might see more. I still believe that Nyx is going to come in at the end of the year, if at least in preview, if not fully, because CIG has a lot going for it. And as long as other progress is worked on for things like the dynamic server meshing, which we still haven't seen an update on, then we should see more of that. But in general, this is good. We're seeing a lot of stuff that's being added, features, content. I'm a sucker for a mech, so combat mech, especially from the Banu. Love me some Banu. And just in general, like good stuff, good progress, which kind of sucks. There's a lot of negativity in Star Citizen right now because this is all good, but you know, it is what it is. CIG likes to shoot itself in the foot quite frequently. But that's it for this. As always, make sure to let me know in the comments below about any of these things. If you think I'm crazy to still think that these FPS and radar scanning and engineering is coming in, let me know what you're really excited for in the comments below. And if you do enjoy this, join chat right here live. They're going to lie to you and tell you it's not live, but live on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when it's released. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday. All right, I was going through all of the stuff. Thank you, Becky. I'm sorry, you came right when I was doing my capsule. So how many Perseuses are too many Perseuses? Yes. The real answer is there's no such thing as too many Perseuses. Because Perseus is four dudes in a truck. Yeah, what end of the barrel are you? I said it in the black. I already have one Klepter. I have yet to name it, but yeah. God damn it, dude. Why do you keep buying them? Is it puffed? What the fuck is Chungus? Look up Chungus. Chungus cat, you'll see. Store credit, and it's funny. Maybe I just didn't say it. My brain's fried. I'll let you know right now that I have, because I teach seniors, we have to like give them all their stuff a week early so they're good to go. And as of today, as of this moment, all of my seniors who I teach passed my class. It's the first time that it has happened in 3 years. All of them have passed. My job is done here. The problem is that school doesn't end for another week because the actual finals start tomorrow and they go until next Thursday. All of them. But they're seniors, so like they'll show up maybe, but like they're done. Like all of their classes, they have taken their final. So they'll be finished. That's really good. Yeah, like I said, it's the first time in 3 years that it's actually happened. Typically, there's at least a handful which don't pass, usually because they just don't show up to the last test. It's impressive for Texas. Not for my school. My school's pretty good. I got smart kids. This is also time to pull through Lord videos and have them play in background for classes all week. This is also the first class where they remembered that I fucking stream, because I tell them at the very beginning of the semester, of every semester, because I have a semester classes, that I'll tell them at the end when they graduate. And this is the first semester that like every class has been like, you're gonna tell us your Twitch stream, right? I was like, all right, you all passed, so I'm gonna give you access. So it's gonna be one of those. Like, some of them may be in this chat right now. They'll walk on and be like, Mr. Shelley. I told them to not, use any real life shit that can get me in trouble because it was like legitimately fuck me over. That's how much trust I have in my kids. They'd be like, hey, all of them have graduated. It is what it is.
Genesis.
Yeah, your junior is skipping field day tomorrow to end. Oh, that sucks. Field days are nice. To read a book on U.S. naval tactics for World II for a school project. No, I like my job because, funny enough, my job pays me more than this.
Artu tilbin abraita siona honi enu fra hinu venjulega yfiri he ovenjulega. Tilbin til indostia vantinger ina fra hvers dagschlekenum I histo heo. Fra stokos lagu utsing, otrulgum whitingestung til ovijafna legra vaslana, crusader kallar. What semu yarti bara a liter a vi aya deganum ia sky just me stommalunum islaka vi indenlega Hilson green circle. Skatlur comma daglega, FTH verju artu abia.
Yeah, it could be Hindu. I don't know.
Dem biddies.
Komdu, Heimshotu Orizon,
Icelandic.
Bojina I Sky Junum.
I thought it's Scandinavian. There's a lot of like in there. Ertu. There's the number of fucking accent marks on that thing. It's like, that's got to be a Scandinavian language.
Hey, a tip.
Escap, superchatted $99.99. Was that a challenge?
No, Scape. The point was that I get benefits from my job, like health benefits. I like the being able to have summers off. And even though I get paid like shit because I'm a teacher, I still get paid more money as a teacher than I do as a content creator. Yeah, my new tooth. You can't feel it, which is weird, but yeah. Not those kind of benefits, Escape. I don't know why, but I miss Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. I was pretty impressed with they were able to get like pretty much my teeth's color, so. So it's Chaos Week? Kind of. It's okay for seniors, but this next week is going to be wild because we managed to get through all of this week, this current week, without anyone trying to do something stupid. In the past, we've always had issues where this last week is where everyone decides that they're going to let their beef out. You know, people who've been beefing the entire year decide that this week, because they won't be able to see each other for the entire summer, they're going to decide with their fists who's the right and who's wrong in an argument. So every year it's like, oh, fuck, freshmen are fighting again, you know, or even sophomores and juniors. Always someone's doing something stupid because it's towards the end of the year. I think it sort of snuck up on them this year. So they're just like even today, there were some people who were being little fucks in the hallway, but they were mostly just being loud. There was no violence or anything. So it was like, did you forget that it's the end of the year? Is this going to be on the quiz? Pizza Dog, you don't have any quizzes. You already passed all the classes. I have nothing left to teach you. So the kids become Senator Strong? Yes. I heard GetFinder was paying well. What's GetFinder? He had a newer show come out recently, I believe. Yes, he did. On Netflix. It was pretty cool. It's more of a high production version of Bill Nye. You think CIG will add any new game earnable items in the near future? Yeah. Of course they will. That's what Wickelow's for.
Them biddies.
Kuvi Preter Sangi Wing perspective on the la ordinra alla extraordinra. Preter restarigi wine attendon de la ciutaga alla plejaltaj altco. The umpressage vidoj, necredebla mungido, gis necompebla buticumado, crusader vocals. Kuvi nur circus pasigila tagan nabzal thante kun la stombalino, o malstri shijisi la senfina banabo the green circle. Navadoj alvinus ciutage, kion vi attenders, Banu, visitu orazanon, la urban en la nuboj.
You would, Eurus. You would. Esperanto? Esperanto? Nerd. Nerd. To be fair, the only reason why I know Esperanto is because of Red Dwarf. Yeah, happy Rob. Happy Bob. What a smeghead. Massive smeghead. How long before we get some Banu comments in here for Paul to decipher live? This text of speech is just going to be like, meh. Vandal problem? Have you tried Weapon? Come, visit Weapon in Cloud. The real question is, when will vending machines work? At one point, CIG was legitimately working on a vending machine repair job. There was a mission that CIG was working on to repair the vending machines in game. I want them to do it again. I want them to do it again. Any news on the Banu merchant myth? It's a myth. It's still always away. Listen, I just want to buy pizza. Yeah. Y'all want pizza. And stick it right next to the janitor jobs to use with the Raptor. We have a Banu merchantman in game now. His name is Wicklow. The coffee machines in Lorville work. What are the odds of them announcing that Kruger fighter soon? Low. Kruger's probably going to come out probably more around the end of the summer. Do they have them in the Habs in Area 18? Nice. I just want the vendors to work that have coffee. I like Banu Merchant Myth. That's been the nickname I've heard thrown around too much. Wickalob Ultra, the best Banu beer in the verse. Would a Banu slaver be a Banu man merchant? Get out. Get out. You never heard of the Banu merchant myth joke? Yeah. I paid my way in. More like a Banu merchant of man. To serve man. It's even worse, Vanilla. It's not a Nautilus. It's a Genesis Starliner. The most forgotten ship in the verse.
Genesis?
Oh, we got my plans updated? Nah, I'm not gonna buy anything. I mean, I'm gonna buy a couple things for giveaways, but that's about it. You make me sad. I have a Genesis. Atlas ICT John Wicklow edition. Am back? Yeah. Am back. Am back with weapon. You killed his Copian? You did what? Can I have a guns akimbo version of the ATLS with 2 pistols? No, best you can do is 2 weapon. 2 gun. With Banu weapon. Banu Atlas weapon. Now with 2 gun. I need to get that made as an emote. Banu ATLS weapon 2 gun. I've been looking forward to Anvil Day. Always like the Valk look, but unable to transport large vehicles. Test flight will be able to decide of Asgard. Asgard or to keep a Hercules for Vic transport. I think the Asgard will probably shine in ways that the Hercules won't because it's small profile. It's still a little bit bigger than the Valk, but the Valk is surprisingly small profile for what it does. And since the Asgard is not that much different, I think it's going to definitely improve. I want to take a group of Banu to the UT versus A&M game, Texas A&M game. They would be murdered. But unless they would be protected if they had weapon. Asgard price leaks? Nah, but I think it's going to be cheaper than the Valk. Oh, no, the Valk is still amazing for its troop capacity. It's got, 40 people. It's like 10 rows on either side. So that's like 30 or 40 people on it. I want to know how Banu smuggles spirits into sporting events. They have very, very powerful gullets. I wouldn't put it past the Banu to swallow a bottle whole and then vomit it up and then drink it. Like a sealed bottle. Bruce Wicklow, Banu Gigolo. They haven't announced what the other ship is. Do you have any ideas? Yeah, they did. It's the Idris. The 6 ships they're selling is the TAC, the Guardian, the Asgard, or the 5 ships. I forgot the name of it. It's the MTC. I think, yeah, the MTC. And the Idris. The Idris was the last one. We might get a concept ship from Drake, but I don't think so. Yeah, it's not a Valkyrie variant, but it's close enough to the Valkyrie that it's a Valkyrie kit bash. Kind of like how the Paladin is going to be a Valkyrie kit bash. But effectively, you have in the middle, in terms of size, you have the Valk. In terms of the smaller version of the Valk is going to be the Paladin, which is just the guns and the crew. And then for the larger version of the Valk that can carry bigger ships, it's the Asgard. So they're all the kind of like the same class, the same chassis effectively, but just modified. Zeus and Valk are the same size. Not quite. Oh yeah, they are. I thought you were talking about the Valk and the Asgard. The Asgard's slightly. Interesting is that we're not transporting tanks. The Asgard will carry more than the Zeus CL with more shields and more guns in the same size. It's a little bit bigger than the Zeus CL, but not that much. Should the habitable Guardian have been the MX? No, because it would step too much on the Vanguard if they did that. I was a bit confused. I thought it was one there was once to be released. No, so there were 4 ships originally. They said, "Oh yeah, we're going to talk about 4 new ships in the verse," and everyone was like, "4 new ships?" Because they were like, just like the TAC, we have 4 new videos to go over. So it was like the TAC had done before that ISC. When Jared made that announcement of 4 new, everyone was like, "There's 4 new. We already know 3. What's the 4th one?" And everyone's like, "It's the Idris." And then it was the Idris. Not restart the Kraken, but take what they have and make it better. The Kraken is still probably going to look about the same as what it is now. It's just the way that they talk about it is effectively when they built the Kraken originally, it was a different game, and now they have more experience with both Drake and larger ships. They kind of know what to make and how to make it. So they're probably going to change the interior around, which will probably change a little bit of the exterior. If they sold, all right, I'm going to go up on a limb here. We're going on a limb here. If they sold a Drake base building ship as the medium ship, because right now it's large is the Starlancer, BLD. Capital is the Pioneer, and small we're getting the ground vehicle, that's there. If they sold a Drake base builder in concept, money printing. Basically a Cutlass that builds things, that builds bases. They might sell it in concept. Or a crafting medium ship. Hey, Xylo. I would go over my critique. I've already said it on Spectrum, but I made a video of it. I'm very much looking forward to 4.2. And Banu weapon. I don't like selling power. Fundamentally, I don't like the idea of selling anything smaller than ships, and personally, I don't really like the idea of ships being sold beyond 1.0. I don't believe that the current model for selling content in the, for fundraising is going to work beyond the alpha stage of development. And if the game is moving towards a 1.0 development, it needs to adapt a long way with that. There needs to be a monetization policy for 1.0, the same as there needs to be a game design document and game understanding of what 1.0 is going to be. Because you're going to fundamentally scare away people, and there's already beginning a PR. The PR for what has happened from the event is effectively that y'all are running out of money, and you're desperate to claw any money you can to keep yourself from going under. I don't believe that's the case. None of the facts show that, at least from what I understand. But it doesn't matter what the facts are. What matters is perception. And that's currently the public perception of what this event has led to. It may not have an immediate reaction, but it will have a long-term impact. And part of what that's going to requiring to do is an immediate response to that. And my suggestion was to remove the flight blades and the equipment from the store right now. Remove it from the store. You don't have to offer refunds. Just remove it from the store, because that shows an honest attempt to change the dialogue about what's going on and focus more on the development, because the development team has been fucking amazing. Like, the game is doing so much better than it has ever been before. More people are more excited than ever before. The Idris is fucking released. This should be a goddamn victory lap rather than a drama. And I think consistently, this has become a problem in the Star Citizen experience. So moving away from everything being selling digital spaceships is, in my opinion, should be a priority of y'all towards 1.0, for better or for worse, both for improving relationships and trust with the community, helping to expand the community beyond our current community as Star Citizen begins to become a game that people can play, and also for the sanity and the morale of all the people who work at CIG, who put their time and effort in there and want to feel like what they're doing matters. It's good for everybody. Yeah, it's more than, I couldn't do 20 seconds, but I could do a minute or two. That's it. Oh, 442 critique. Oh, yes, I do have one thing to say, Xylo. Do not sell the ICT.
Them biddies.
Dear God.
perspective te walagan van head gev
God
nar
damn
head
it,
beating avan.
Don't sell the ICT.
For
For the love of God, don't sell the ICT. Let Banu weapon be earnable in game.
Adam Benimende Yudsikton, Fantastash eton tot ongivanad winkelen, Crusader roped. Of Janu Gevon in Dagje Wilt Wokenhoppen met the Stormwolwissen, of Wilt Onspannen in the
German?
one in that Spa Van Green Circle. A Rijdan Dagalex shuttles, War Watcher Nogok, Kong and Bezoic Horizon, the starred in the Woken.
Might be Dutch. Should they sell cosmetics for hundreds of thousands? No, they should sell cosmetics for $5. Dutch, okay. Like $1.99, $5. It's just the Orison ad. Yes, it's just the Orison ad. CIG bench right now. Next up, do sell the ET. No, please God, no. I would like Banu weapon to be earnable in game. Because have you tried weapon? Banu no human, like big stumpy mech. As though Banu make big stumpy mech. Cheap, efficient. Have problem with Vandul? Have you tried weapon? Have problem with pirates? May I suggest weapon? Mother-in-law? Huh. Weapon? For whole family. Now, 2 gun. I'm going to make that joke until it dies. And I want that in game. I want to earn it in game. Don't encourage them, Jin. Don't bother Dilo too much there, Aimless. I know you know is here, but you know. It was more that Xilo's here, so I wanted to express what I was going to say anyways. Excuse me, I would like 1 weapon, please. Maybe 2. So, my understanding of the Ikti is that it's a Banu, because it's a Banu design, or Banu edition. I have no idea if this is the lore or not, but my reasoning, based off of what's going on, was that I remember Banu human food bars. And I believe that the ATLS Ikti is just a Banu Suli going, human-like mech, but mech expensive. What if we made a mech that was cheap? Do humans have mech other than this? Oh, they do. And it's super cheap. Let's buy this, convert it with gun, and now have combat mech. Weapon. We call it weapon. And sell to humans because they want this. So it's the equivalent of the Banu human food bars, but with the ATLS. Why would they make this? Why wouldn't they make it? You buy it. Because the Banu know human-like weapon. And it had 2 gun. 2 gun weapon. 2 gun weapon. Let's be real here. 2 gun weapon. Sells itself. Never stop joke, sell weapon. Hey, the Banu might have also seen aliens and thought the loader loader it into weapon. It's a Titan suit from Temu. Exactly. That's why I love it. Then again, I will love anything that is. For those of you who are new to the community or new to me, I have a personal philosophy that nothing has ever been made worse with the addition of mechs. I would go so far as to say everything that has added mechs to it has improved said thing. Story, game, videos, movies, doesn't matter. Mechs are a net positive, or at least a net neutral addition to any thing. And everything's better with Banu. That's true. I disagree. There'll be plenty of glass-making mech. It is my philosophy, and I have yet to see it be challenged significantly in terms of fiction. That if you have fiction, any sort of fiction, you add a mech, it's better or worse. Mechanization food, for example. Have you tried putting a mech in a kitchen? Hey, Paul, I've been avoiding Star Citizen for a moment due to stress of real life. Unfortunately, the only thing I've been able to see in the feed for last week is the flight blades being paid away. How bad is
Would
it?
AT&T be made better by getting mechs? I think not.
Are you saying, Escape, that the word of Blake is wrong? Do you not follow the word of Blake? God damn it. Don't get me started on Tex Mex. Hey, listen, Tex is a fantastic person with his mechs, okay? But Space Goat, it's both good and bad. The problem when it comes to the blades is less of a immediate power issue and more of a trend issue. The trend issue is that the selling of the blades itself is sort of a trust issue and sort of brings down to the idea that blades themselves, or that CIG can sell power and can sell components. And the narrative that's been spun is not realistic, not from any of the observations I've seen, but it doesn't matter if it's realistic or not. If people believe that CIG is desperate for cash and clawing for anything, then that's going to hurt recruitment. It's going to hurt new people finding the game and trying it because nobody wants to buy a game that's dying, right? And so the overall message is the game is dying, which isn't actually at all what the data says at all. But they just sort of stumbled into this problem. It's more than likely that CIG said, hey, we still want to monetize the game because we want to make money. But at the same time, how do we monetize it in a way that effectively it can work well and can make us money, but it also isn't too different from what we already do because we know what we do works. And that's what they did. They just kind of moved on to this has already worked. We've done it in the past. Let's try it, continue to do that. Partially because, hey, rule of cool, and partially because we know it works. Why upset the
I'm Token 23 just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for those 5 subs that I'm token. You're very important, public, very impressive, very impression. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Serious question. Slow stomping mechs or fast Gundam mechs? It depends. I'll get back there in a second. But Space Goat, if your question is Star Citizen now a pay-to-win hellscape? No. No. Not in my experience. Not since they've... all of the testing I've seen and heard about it says it is a problem. It is something that does give a better advantage, but I've never seen people say that it's like a broken advantage. It's most of the issue is based off of the idea of CIG continuing their monetization process. Now, the answer to slow stompy or fast is it depends on the story you're telling. The experience of the story you're telling. I like slow tactical mechs. I also like fast mechs. One of my favorite games was Chrome Hounds. Chrome Hounds is, at its core, a fun game. But it's effectively a slightly slowed down Armored Core, but an MMO. But I also like Battletech and Mech Warrior, which is slow stomping. But slow stomping works for Battletech. This is based around it. And like Armored Core's fast movement works for it because it's based around that. I don't have a specific preference. It just, if I get a slow stomping mech game with a fast-paced story
Not
or
if
action.
you are Solama.
Not if you're a slow hamma. I have not played Armored Core 6. I do plan on doing that. By the way, officially in June, we're going to begin Hot Mech Summer. For those of you who don't know, every year I do Hot Mech Summer where I play a bunch of mech games. we'll be playing the I'll be roping Loken into playing the clans, MechWarrior 5 clans, and the expansion. I will also be playing Armored Core 6, Soul Dog, which is a kind of a visual novel that was released, which has mechs in it. And I'll be looking at a couple of other games as well. So I'll be doing more streams in the summer than I usually do, and like Wednesdays will probably be a lot of those hot mech summer stuff. So yes, hot mech summer. Paul, we can get Paul a muscle suit. Go to bed, Jin. I'm gonna be wrapping up here shortly because we're after 4 hours too. I was sad when the server shut down. I am too. I have Armored Core 6. I didn't pick it up. I didn't purchase it.
Dem biddies.
Du klaar is skifte perspective fra det vanlige til det extraordinære. Klaar til bæk til forvent nanjin dine fra verdegen til det højeste højden. Fra fantastisk udsigt, utroligt spises der, til you overtruffen shopping, crusader ringer. Enten du bear onsker tilbringe dagen I skyhopping med stormvelin, eller slappe av ved green circles uendeligt spa. Det en kommer skittelbusser dalig, HVE venter dupa, kom og besok horizon, bear nice kain.
The mech fire moth? I've heard of it. No, it's Norwegian. Yes, I do plan on playing Mecha Break. Yeah, it's a light mech, isn't it? Fire Moth, because going slower than 200 kph was never an option. Fire Moth is a 20-ton clan mech whose speed is yes. 20-ton is light, because like a medium is 40, right? The cutoff is 40. Because the commando is 25 tons. That's a light mech. Plus the tonnage of the elementals to hang onto the arms. You ever play Steel Battalion back in the day? The whole crazy controller with glasses, with glass covered eject, even if and even saves being deleted if you do not eject seems really cool. It's a good. It's from a time period where that sort of thing was done, which is really nice. Anyone see you can get blades for the store credit, not just War Bond? It was like that from the start, or was it always concierge? It was always like that. It was always like that. You could get the War Bond or the store credit version. I'm doing good. We're gonna wrap it up here. There, Vector should come in and comment at the end. But. So, by the way, July, Quantum Vegas. That's right. I'm going to be there. You should be there too. We're going to be a big group of Star Citizen fans. We're going to start talking. We're going to be there to hang out and talk about Star Citizen, kind of like a big get together, like Con 42 or BCon or Bridgerton Con, which may or may not still exist. The Shanghai Bar Citizen stuff. It's going to be like a big fan get together. We're trying to do this annually, and CIG has coming up. Xylo, who was in the chat earlier, was going to be here, and also Sean Tracy is going to be there. And I promise, hand to God, that I'm going to ask Sean Tracy, how do we get mechs into Star Citizen? Because he's Sean fucking Tracy. MechWarrior Living Legends, Sean Tracy. Like, please. Please. Do we have the numbers for attendees yet? I don't have anything offhand, but I do know that it's been growing. The number of content creators are coming has been growing. There's many people who have come in the chat. I think we had a goal of a certain number, but it was in the like low hundreds, not like huge. So we want it to become an annual thing. because this is all came up with by fans. I was part of the crew that helped come up with it, but it was myself, members of the Soul Citizen podcast and Soul Citizens, members of Star Jump, members of Test. Multiple people got together. We kind of pulled everyone together and kind of like, hey, we want to do this. We want to make this a regular thing. The inspiration was things like Eve Vegas. You know, Eve has its own thing that they do in Vegas. We wanted to do a community thing. Like the goal long term is to have things like having org groups, org leaders come in and talk about how to effectively run an org. Like personally, I'd love to have PvPers come in and do a seminar on PvPing and what it's like and those sorts of things. I'd love to run a lore thing where we talk about like the lore and stories in Star Citizen and that sort of thing. The idea is that we can just sit there and come in together as a crew, as a community, and have fun events, you know? That's fine, Lloyd. Hopefully you'll be able to come next year. And then he'll talk for 2 hours until someone tracks him away. Tracy, please. I don't think, I will say this. I don't think assault mechs or knights, like 40k knights, have a place in Star Citizen. I don't believe that at all. I do think that you could scale up the current armor designs into a mecha or mech style. Like Gundam isn't actually that big. You know, Gundam is like, it depends on the Gundam, but the scale of Gundam is pretty small. I want to say the original Gundams and like Zaku's and stuff like that, they're like 40 feet tall at most, like 30 to 40 feet tall. They're still huge, but it's like a small building. Yeah, like not roughly 3 to 4 stories. You can see them in fiction. They often are using like buildings as cover. You know, like small office buildings as cover. 60 foot is the original Gundam. I want to say that they're smaller than that. I'd have to look it up. Let me look it up. All right, it's the RX-79G. It's 18 meters tall. Overall height is 18.2 meters. It's around 60 feet. You're right. I was wrong on that one. Look at the Zaku. It's a little smaller than that. So yeah, they're about 60 feet tall.
Them biddies.
The thing I dislike most about today's MechWarrior games is they make the mechs look stiff and unarticulated. Ever see the MW2 intro? That summoner? That is how a mech is supposed to move.
Yeah, no, that's even in the books they describe it. They're basically like, they move like people. They should look like people in suits. But I think what they did was they wanted to stylize it so it was a little bit more bulky because it feels better as bulk, because it's not just the movement, it's the weight. They wanted to give it weight, and how you give something weight is by hesitating. Which is bigger, early Macross or Gundam? I think the Vertech fighters are a little smaller because they're big, but they're still around the size of like an F-14, right? Maybe a little bit bigger than that. The weight. Example for weight for conversation, John Wick. well, inertia is the thing. Something that big isn't going to actually move like a person. Slower talking. Gundam lore vids when? I don't want to fuck with Sunrise. Sunrise is super litigious, especially on YouTube. They will strike you for everything. And if I was going to do Gundam lore videos, it would be on Universal Century Gundam, and I fucking hate Universal Century Gundam. I know everyone likes it. It wasn't my introduction to the series. Like a lot of people, it was Wing. But like the longer that UC has gone on, the more fucking bad it's gotten, in my opinion. It's stapled shit to the outside, and it's like it just sort of lost its way over time. I might be a purist, but I think UC was fine when it was the first 2 seasons, and then I want to say Char's Counterattack was the movie that was in lieu of the 3rd season. Char's Counterattack should be the end of the UC, and everything else should be after that. Because like I liked, you know, some of the other Gundam UC stuff. Like one of my favorite, actually my favorite Gundam is 08th MS Team, which is in the UC. It's sort of like a side story of the UC, but it still takes place during that main storyline. Where UC falls apart is when you get beyond Char's Counterattack. It basically, the staple on stuff afterwards just feels bad. It feels like they lost the plot. Zeta was good. Double Zeta. I love G-Clux. Are you kidding me? But it's just because it's an alternate universe, you see. So it's like the same familiar things. And it's also done by the same people who did fucking Ava. So they're doing the Ava shit. The same people who did fucking Gurren Lagann. So they're taking that sort of weird shit that they do and we're running with it. I think OO is better than Wing. I think Wing is kind of bad. Like, I remember liking it, but I also, like, looking back at it, I understand why people have problems with it. But I fucking still, it still captures me, man. There's something about the Gundam formula that just, like, sucks you in and prevents you from leaving. And just like, I'm transfixed now. I think it's because, you know, it's based, the whole concept of Gundam is a story built into a universe that is affected by the characters. It's world building and storytelling at the same time. So once you've passed that barrier to entry, the first 4 or 5 episodes, most Gundams will just grab you by your hair and drag you along with them. Like, it requires you to remove yourself from that grasp for like an extended period of time for you to release from that. If you're going to start with Gundam, I would start with, if you're a Star Citizen fan, start with 08 MS Team. Like, hands down, 08 MS Team, I think, if you're a fan of Star Citizen, is the easiest entry point. Because you don't really need to know a lot about the wider war. It is a small soldier's perspective on the war. It is... Most Gundams are about teenagers fighting in a war. Which is, you know, typical anime shit. But, like, by halfway through that Gundam, you're like, oh, child soldiers are bad, actually. PTSD is a thing. Everyone is fucked up now. Oh, the bad guys who are bad guys aren't actually all bad. Oh, look, the guys who are supposed to be the good guys are kind of fucked as well. Great, this third faction showed up and they hate both of those guys. Oh, they're genocidal fascists. Fuck. Now we have to stop them and the bad guys, and then the good guys have now also had a revolution, and now they're all super ultra nationalists who want to destroy everything. Great. Whereas like 08th MS Team is, you follow Lieutenant who gets brought into a new unit controlling prototype Gundams in the jungles of Vietnam. It's Gundam Vietnam. And that's what it is. It doesn't care about anything but focusing on that perspective. I love that Gundam is where the WoW cool robot meme comes from. Yeah. I think you need to... I would not have somebody watch Iron-Blooded Orphans until they watch UC. If you can stomach 70s anime, then watching the original Gundam after watching 08th MS Team, and then watching Iron-Blooded Orphans. Because like Iron-Blooded Orphans is sort of an inversion of the story that Gundams usually take. Occasionally, Agent. Occasionally. I'm also an unapologetic fan of G-Witch. Because G-Witch is, in my opinion, a good attempt at a Gundam that is not typical Gundam. It falls down at the end. Season 2 is when it falls apart. But it falls down because it refused to do the thing it should have done, which was stick to a core group of characters that we care about. Because it does a really good job of most of the core characters we come to care about. But like, when random fucking side characters who were apparently romantic interests to some of the main characters that we never fucking heard of or even knew their name, when the anime is like, hey, you should care about these people now. It's like, but I don't give a fuck about these people. Where the fuck? They were side characters in the background for most of this time. Why the fuck should I care about them? It suffered from G-Witch needed 100 episodes, but it got 24. If it had 50, I mean, it might have had 50, but if it had 100 episodes, it would have been great. They just needed to develop the characters more. Oh no, like G-Witch, the ending of G-Witch is perfect, but it's like season 1 is good and it reaches the end of season 1. Great, wonderful, I want more. And then season 2 starts and it's like, good. What the fuck are we doing? Where are we going? Why is this happening? And you lost me. And then you got me back. And then we come all the way back to being good. I would say if you want the story, start watching the older ones first. The story there is amazing. The build the rest of the series as a whole. Gundam suffers from character syndrome. Like, the characters require too much time to cook. Also, I do not understand the series' love for Char. Like, I get it. Like I get Ava. I understand it. I don't know why people become so obsessed with it, though. The Char character is in every Gundam. They're all slightly different. G-Witch, it's the mom, is the Char character, which is weird. It's like, what happens if we have a female protagonist? Why am I blanking on the original guy's name? The original protagonist's name is one that I remember and forget all the time. Char is the real hero of Gundam. Jutsu? Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't understand. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, thank you, Verutu. You're coming at the weird end time where we're talking about mechs. Atlas, is it Atlas? I'll go look him up. Not Camille. Camille is in Zeta, isn't it? Amuro. Amuro raid. No, this isn't pre-recorded, Virutu. The chat will tell you otherwise. Yeah, Amuro raid. G-Witch is basically, what if Amuro was a girl and his mom was Char Aznable?
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
It's a meme from your vids. Okay.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Rain29 has subscribed.
Thank you, Rain29, for becoming a subscriber. You're very important, puppers. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. Or you're gonna trust and cheers and yeah, trust and cheers. Talking about mechs will never be weird in this channel. Yeah, I mean, to try back to Star Citizen, I don't think we need a Gundam in Star Citizen. I think what we need, if we're gonna get mechs, is we need at most a medium mech, but like a light mech. Think more Appleseed in terms of size. Because I think that still works. Mech Talk got you a subscription. Hot Mech Summer, it's coming up. Seed is okay. I know what Seed is, and I think, I think we have a Seed fan, a super Seed fan, in the YouTube chat. Luna's still here, hence the name Luna Maria. So I'm not gonna be too harsh on Seed. I know a lot of people don't like Seed. I enjoyed Seed for what it was, but I always saw Seed as sort of UC light. It's like the UC for people who don't want to sit through 70s and 80s like political bullshit, Cold War shit. But it still has all the story beats of UC. It is UC for a new generation, which is why I think it did well, because it was a lot more drama involved. There's a lot more personal, teenage angst in there. It's a lot more slice of life in there. And Seed was the test for Lelouch. I always forget the name of that one. Code Geass. Code Geass. Seed walked so Code Geass could run. Code Geass is the evolution of that. Even though it's not a Gundam series, it's made by the same.
Give me a 4 to 5 meter tall mech with a railgun mounted onto its shoulder.
Yeah, I like it. Seed has some amazing mech designs. Seed played a lot of homage to the original Gundam. What do you mean? What do you mean homage? It's a fucking ripoff. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that is like, it is literally an updated version. Like they tried to do it with Wing, but it didn't quite fit right there. They did a little bit different. But like, no, like they even have Camille in season 2. They do the same thing in season 2. We're talking about the tin can with lasers. We mean, oh, okay. I'm gonna do it because it's not gonna get any older. Expat. Human. Do you enjoy weapon? You need weapon for problems. Well, Banu have solution. Presenting the ATLS weapon. May I introduce you to weapon? Have problem with Vandul? May I suggest weapon? Pirate, got you down? Weapon. Mother-in-law? Weapon. Now with 2 gun. Better than 1. 2 for you. Whole family. Weapon. Because it's a Banu mech. The best way I can describe it is, and I can already see this. What happened was the Banu took one look at the Virgil LTD battle suit. The right now it's called the Zeus system, but we'll probably get a different name. The sort of power armor it's in Squadron that's going to be released eventually to the verse. I'm pretty sure. And they were like, humans like this. Can we make this? And they looked at the cost and were like, no, holy shit, that's expensive. Absolutely not. But could we make something similar and sell it? And so they just realized that humans have ATLSs, which are basically the same thing. They're not, but you know, they're walkers. So we just buy a bunch of cheap ATLSs, strap guns and armor to it, and call it a day. It's a Temu battle suit. Which is like, that's Banu. Banu. Kind of feel like it should have some FS9s on it or less. Titan suit from Wish, yeah. I can't imagine it's going to have much of a capacitor. Probably like 30 shots on each gun. Yeah. Kind of feels like it should have some FS9s or less, and you load the backpack with ammo. It would have been a test for using ammo or inventory for a turret. It's definitely some artists at CIG had some fun. In fact, I know the artist at CIG who built it, Adam. Same person who built the Star Lancer. They had the skeleton. They had it already worked, and they were like, I can make a mech. I can make a combat suit out of this. And just sort of went with it and showed it off to some other people. And they were like, we can do this. I can use this. And just sort of came up with something fun for it. For those of you who are 40K fans, the ICT is like if the orcs tried to build a crisis suit. They're killicans is what they are. The ICT is a killican. Yeah, I hope they don't. Please don't put it in the store. Just make us earn it. No one, I say no one, like 4 people will earn it in game. If CIG puts it in 4.2 for earnable, I'm gonna do nasty things to get that thing in my hand. Like desperately nasty things. Like to the point where I'm just gonna show up with somebody and someone's gonna be like, Paul, do you want a ICT? I'm like, yes. Here's the credits. Please don't kill me for my credits or kill me for my script. Go buy yourself another ICT. I'm going to have all of them. I'm gonna have one for every day of the week. We need a mech division, yes. It's a Stampa. Stampa's too big. Killican, it's tiny. So I call it Beskar. I call it currency towards ICT. Okay, mech with katana. I'm also for that. One for every hour of the day. I want weapon for days? Towards Icky? All right, now I'm way over. I'm about 30 minutes over when I said it was going to stop. ATS is not tall enough for Vandal to look at Vandal in the eye. I'll get one of these permanently named Paul's favorite mech. No, I'm just gonna. So the cost of press ganging Paul for my Idris is an Ikti. Yes. Ikti, 10,000 Kazi eggs and 10,000 Akopian horns. Cool. Yes. Oh, the Nodachi. Yes. The Centurion. Yeah. I will accept the Ikti until they can actually build the other suits to put in the game. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow we'll be doing Helldivers with Loken. A little bit of break from Star Citizen because Super Earth needs you. All right. I know Expat's doing Helldivers. I know Expat does do Helldivers, but you know Super Earth is in danger and it needs you. Helldiver. Democracy needs you. Super Earth is being invaded, and only you can spread freedom and democracy. And Saturday we've got still gotta get some more people, but we're gonna do a video or a captain's table on Invictus, just how Invictus went, goods and bads, kind of ups and downs. Sunday we're gonna do our next lore tour.
I love democracy.
So we'll be doing every ship on the floor, talking about the lore of each of the ships and vehicles, where they come from and everything else like that. And then Monday I've got my pubathon. So it's we do it every month where we kind of sit down and I do, you know, a large stretch of hours. I'll be starting at like 9 a.m. Eastern, and I'll be going for at least, 12 hours, maximum of like 18. Sort of thing.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
And the longer we go, the more, we'll probably start at 8 hours. The more stuff we give away. So we'll be giving away Asgard, we'll be giving away an MTC, lots of stuff like that. So, and then the next week, that Wednesday, I'll be doing another special version, another special floor tour. Floor tour earlier in the day, like, a little bit later, but like during the week. And then on Wednesday, and then I'll stream normally after that. And then we got normal schedule for that next week. For those of you who are do video stuff, I will have these two capsules that I just did. One will be out tomorrow morning. Probably upload it today, edit and upload it today for tomorrow. Probably the blade stuff, and then the other one will probably be out on Monday or Tuesday. For the lore side of things, I may not be able to do all of what I want to do tomorrow or this weekend, but it should be up for most people probably by Sunday, which will just be a floor tour. It'll be the floor tour, but more in depth, and it'll be like a minute and a half per vehicle. So it'll be, around 20 to 30 minutes. And that should be up for members and then for everybody else a little bit later. And then on, I also have my cutter review, which I will do hopefully next week and release it pretty quickly because I know Drake Day and everything like that is coming up. That may be a post Invictus thing, because I do a ship review series where I'm going to break down every single ship in Star Citizen. I already did the first 2 ships. I'm going to do the Cutter series next, and then the 100 series, and then the Intrepid, and then the Titan, and then after that I'll do like the 300, the Reliant, the Arrow, that stuff. I'm gonna be working from the small ships all the way to the big ships, Before I get to I also do the variants of the Aurora and the Mustang. So those are videos that are going to be between 10 and 20 minutes long. Part vibe, part sweaty number crunching, mostly to kind of give you an idea of what the ship is, a little bit of lore for the ship, a little bit of information on who built the ship and what its purpose was, when it was built, both in lore and in reality, like who the designer was in CIG. And then also just what its purpose is and should you buy it? Why should you purchase it or why should you stay away from it? All stream normally Ikti added change of plans. We'll see, because I don't think 4.2 is coming out until end of June. So it'll be a while for that. I wonder how bad that's going to be. Well, we'll see. I know that Zark is going to be on it. So Jin, I know you don't like Zark too much, but and I'm going to try to get other people on as well. I think we're going to I'll try to be as balanced as possible, because all in all, other than the stupid bullshit with the blades and the equipment, I don't think it's been a bad Invictus. And at least from the funding side of things, it's doing pretty well. Anyways, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Thank you for watching, Guru.